H2N. Now that sounds like my voice. So welcome to Dyson Sphere program, except it's not really me playing the game. It is me doing... What is it doing? Let's exit to the main menu. I said exit to the main menu. Oh, you actually have to click on that. Settings, click, right, audio, and no music, no sound. No sound whatsoever, I hear you say. Yeah, because today I'm going to play my latest recital, which I did last night. I haven't edited any of it. There are mistakes. So there's not going to be any talking from me. I'm just going to play my game whilst I listen to what I done did. So, oh yeah, VLC. I need that to... I don't use Winamp anymore. I just use VLC. So, without further ado, let's have a listen, shall we? Oh, that's good, isn't it? Oh yeah, no talking from me. So let me mute myself. It starts off very wanky, I should say. This is the bit where I'm just fiddling around with things and I'm not sure what I want to do, which is how a lot of my recordings start. So if you're listening to this now, it's just unedited. I will be, when I find excerpts I like, I will edit them and give them song titles, but for the moment I'm just listening back to what it is I done played last night. Yeah, it's a bit wanky, but how many? There's another 48 minutes of this, so trust me, there's some bits which get good. And that's it. That's all I did. But there's also something from earlier in the 3rd of this March, which I did and I haven't listened to, so I'm going to listen to that now. Oh yeah, that sounds funky. Well, that's it for my music. Really wasn't feeling it on the third, but actually in retrospect, that was alright. I think that's okay. So I'm just going to carry on playing my game now because... oh, actually, no, I need to check on the cooking. So I should go check on the cooking. Yes. Let me go check on the cooking. I will be right back. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the current recommend bitrate. We recommend using all your stream bitrate of at least 128 kbps. Wow, that's interesting seeing as I had zero audio going through. So let's... there we go. And let's have their crappy music as well. Which is not crappy actually, it's just I don't like the planet music, so let's go with that then. Let's have a look at the audios. Yeah, my voice is still peeking over the music, so that's okay. Ching chong, ping pong. Ping pong ching. Ching chong, ping, ping pong. Ching chong. Ching chong. Ching chong, ping pong. Ching chong, ping pong. How many of these can I connect with before it goes like that's a saturated belt? Let's find out in the latest episode of Hobbit listens to his own music to go, what should I make into a song here? Ching chong ping pong, ching chong ching, ching chong chang. Oh yeah, I don't need that text anymore. I can edit it. Properties. Music done. Now playing game. There we go. Right, so I'll do that, and then I'll put that in the corner somewhere. There we go. There. Ping pong, ching chong. Ping pong. I'm saying that because the game's made by Chinky, so. And what a good job they've done too. This is a lot of fun. Right. So now I've got that established. Let's go over here. And listen to the awful clicky-clacky of walking on concrete. Do one there, do one there. That'll cover all of those. Make sure that accepts water. Like so. Right, so if I come over here, let's see. Right, there's water pumps. Chunk, chunk, chunk. And look at that. Even with all of that, it's not fully compressed, so that's a good sign. So which means I can do exactly the same over here. And of course the repetition of sound effects whenever you're laying something. Is that a limitation of the Unity engine, or is that just an oversight from the programmers? Who actually knows? Anyway, that's the important bit done now. So, let's go over here and make sure this line connects to the intraplanetary logistics hub. Go on, connect these three. There's two. 1, 2. There's the third. Good, good, good. Right, so that's that all done. That drone can chase me. And there's a lot backed up here, yeah, which is normal, to be expected. But that's starting to diminish now. Still got a little bit of water in there, and then this one, 26, 1, done. Okay. Right, so let's do the same here. There we go. There we have it. Oh, would you Adam and Eve it? So this one's building up a buffer now, but then as these ones diminish, like for example that one, yeah, they're all starting to diminish. There we go. So that's good. We should see this one starting to diminish any time now. There it goes, diminished. This one, come on, diminish. There we go. This one, you're going to diminish. Really is very good. So that's great to know. I can connect how many of those? Oh, a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 in one, and it won't cause any compression. Except now it will. Because water's full. No more demand for water here. Well, that's all good. So this one can demand some water. Water, water. You never know, there may be in so we do local demand, like so. And then this one over here should start, yep, it's off they go, picking up bits of water. And then gently floating off to here, where they're depositing said water. And seems like we got more than one supply, but that's good. So there's plenty of water on this planet, which means that all of this can start to go down eventually. And the fact is, I know if this was working full out, those would all be supplying stuff as well. And oh look, that one, because it's all side loading into there. Yeah, okay, that's clever, isn't it? It's good to know that. So now everything is pretty much done, and oh yeah, well, we'll have warpers go into this one. Can I demand warpers? Yep, they're a technology, so I'm going to do a demand of 1,000. So to local demand and remote demand. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're going to come from somewhere. This one as well, you're going to have some warpers. You're only going to have 100. Oh. I don't know where you're giving that off from because you didn't have it. There we go, so you get 100, and then this one can't have it, however it will have it because, look, if I do that, warpers, and then, not to be confused with Walker's Crisps, I'm talking about Space Warpers. So there we go, that will then deliver warpers into there. Good, good. So yep, all of this stuff, it can start demanding warpers. And warpers is part of green science, because if I look at green science, I need quantum chip and I need graviton lens. So, have I made everything I need for a quantum chip? First of all, let's find out if that is the case. And I think I've really done as much as I can on this planet. So I'm going to go off to another one. Just going to slowly take off, and there's an altitude. Now we see various things going here, there, and everywhere. So there's Merope 1, and there's Merope 2. Should I go to number 1 or number 2? Well, you're the closer of the two, so let's go there. Oh yeah, and plus I meant to offload some of my Mark II sorters. See, this music, lovely space music. I love this. Not complaining about this. But the other, when it's on the planet, why can't it just be this music all the time? I'd much rather listen to this. But anyway. And if I have a look at this planet, I would say that is all... Yep. That is 100% concreted, foundationed over. So let's just stick myself in here to recharge. Have an interstellar manufacturing hub here. Let's have a look at power production. 346 megawatts, not as much as the Mediterranean planet. But I am going to rectify that eventually. Ah, oh, bugger, I've got some water on me. Never mind. So, we're going to be making quantum chips, so we'll need plain filter and microprocessor. So, plain filter and processor, and you're going to be exporting quantum chips. There we go. And we'll have warpers requested in there. So now... No, not warpers, sorry. Yes, no, it is warpers. 400, that's fine. Local supply, yep. Just going to do a remote demand. So, local supply, yep. So, remote demand, local demand, remote demand, local demand. Ah, good, I am building plane filters. I wondered if I built that or not. So... Ah, don't have the equipment I need. Fortunately, this is the factory planet. Speaking of this being the factory planet... Nope, wrong side. Oops. Didn't mean to delete that one. let's do some of that. Pop some of those over there. Oh no, there's actually a spot of this land not foundationed over. There we go. Right, we've rectified this mistake. Excuse me. So I'm coming over to here on this side of the planet because I'm looking for a small interstellar hub, and it's a bit higgledy-piggledy. This is the one. Right, so here, let's put in some of these, those belts, right, like so. Then I'll help myself to some of these belts, like so. Very nice. Oh, if only water could be used as a fuel source. Well, I don't have anything on these planets demanding water. But let's see if I can find anywhere on this planet where sorters are being made. So I'm pretty sure it's around here somewhere. And I usually build around the equator because that's where you have the less problems with the squaring the circle. So, nope. Ah, here it is. Yep. Yep, not there. No. Have I gone past it? No, I haven't. So, that's type 1. There's the type 2s. Stick them all in there. And you know what? I think we're doing alright for that, so I'm just going to put a little break in there. Yeah, pop that there. And what that will do is it will stop that manufacturing because it won't have the components necessary for the manufacturer. In fact, if I put a little break there. So what I've done there is this one will stop manufacturing, which means this one will have to take from these ones in here, where there's 48 of them. So that's pretty good. So I just put that in there, and then help myself to some of these. Like so. Now the manufacturing recommences. And we see here, this is giving off what it's got. Yeah. This one's giving off what it's got, but it's run out of iron, so all it can do now is offload the ones which it's previously made, like it's doing now. And then, yeah, that's pretty good. So these are offloading, yep, all hunky-dory. And then that one, that's not doing anything, so now there's only 10 left in there, 4 left in there. 4 left, 3 left, that's it. So this one can no longer manufacture anymore. And then that means it's just got to take it from there, where we got lots of them. So there we go, that's good. And of course I have to remind myself in the future that, hey guys, you actually want to fix this at some point. Oh yeah, we're going to be making quantum chips, so you're not manufacturing any at the moment, that's good. Yeah, we've got loads of factories and etceteras. Oh, I don't need the electric motors though. Let's go over there and offload those motors. No, you don't take motors. You take motors. There we go. Right, so let's go and find this manufacturing hub for quantum chips. Where is it? If I was going to manufacture quantum chips, where would I be? Well, that's where I started building those things. Here it is. Okay, so it's got everything it needs. It just needs the assemblers to begin assembling. Right, so we'll do that. And then, let's see. 1, 2, do it there. Put some there. Do that. And now, we want quantum chips, please. McCain's quantum chips. I don't know why that makes me laugh. The finest quantum chips in the land. McCain's. Okay. So that's making 15 a minute. That's not really going to be using much. And so... 1, 2, 3, 4. Do another one of those there. How long can I make this before I start running, before these belts are unable to do it? Let's find out. So let's fill out these belts and do all this stuff. Okie dokie. Right, that's all done. So if you're wondering what this is, it's just me playing the game, but at the start of this I was listening to the music, what I did last night, thinking, is there anything out of here I want to like just snip and go, oh yeah, this is a bit of music. Bit of music I enjoy. And it still seems to me like, yeah, we can make this line longer, so let's go ahead and do that, why not? I mean, if it can support it, then let's do it. And this will be the one quantum manufacturing factory I need. I don't think I'll need any more. So do that. Okay. And it looks like they're still getting the materials they need, so I can carry on further. Okie dokie. Fiddly pokely. Good morning, gypsy girls. Let's say I can go as far as there, and that's it. Can't go further than that. This is going to be the longest factory assembly line I've ever done. Something about that makes me proud. Don't know why, but it does. I wonder what Fred Dibner would make of this. Would he even have an opinion? Alright, let's do it that far. I think that's far enough. Whoops. So now that we got that, there we go. Oh yeah. It's game time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Didn't set a filter parameter on that, so I'm going to have to do that when this line gets built. But that's okay. That's alright. That's what I want. It's going to be out of sight. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I watched Groundhog Day last night. I've been putting off watching that film for a long time because it's like, oh yeah, but that's too close to real life and it's going to be depressing. No, it's not actually. It's a really good film. I really, really enjoyed it. Liked it a lot. Yep, sure. It was a good film. Very heartwarming message as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do that. Alright. You want quantum chips? You're gonna get them. Oh yes sirree. You're gonna get all the quantum chips you could ask for. And more. I mean, how many have I made already? I mean, there's quite a demand for them, so... That's good. That's good stuff, that is. Let's make sure all these lines are done first. Then I'll fill in the factories. There we go. Do those bits. Then we'll come over here. Is there any more research I can do in the meantime? See if there's anything done. Oh yeah, I can do that. Not ready for a vertical launching site anytime soon, but it'd be good to know I've got it. Nope. Nope. Yep, can do that. Oh yeah, I can go faster. Yep, so I'll do some of these. Oh, drive engine. That'll allow me to warp. Cool. And what else have we got? The queue is full. Bill Murray is good in everything. Yeah, he is. He really is. And I think you couldn't have picked a better actor than Bill Murray to be the star of Groundhog Day, because it was a real transformation. And, you know, he's the usual sarcastic self, but then you see a transformation where he becomes a better human being. And he tries to, at least for one day, right all the wrongs in that town. And I think probably one of the most heartwarming moments is not just giving the homeless old man some money, but actually spending time with him. And I think that's one thing you can do with them if you just spend time with the homeless, and like, which is easier said than done sometimes because they're, you know, they're not all with it. But actually, like, hey, do you wanna come inside? Do you wanna get like some actual food and do you want to get your hair cut? You can get your hair cut, because I've seen like hairdressers willing to do that, and it's nice to sort of see like I remember there was this one I saw in Italy, and he was like you do like one day a month, you cut the hair of the homeless, and you know, you got these men and where the sort of the beards and the hair have gone all white. And he'd even use hair dye to sort of like say, what colour did your hair used to be? Oh, I used to be brown, I used to be black, I used to be blonde. And it's like, alright, I've got some hair dye. Let's Let's get you back in. The transformation was... Some of them, he wouldn't even like shave them completely. He would just like give them a close cropped beard, and it was a remarkable transformation. It was nice to see them have some dignity again. And I think that's one of the nice things with Groundhog Day. It's just he does the usual sort of, there's no consequence to what I do. I can drink and there's not going to be a hangover the next day. So he can eat like a pig and such. But then after a while you get bored of the hedonistic pleasures and you realise that's not true happiness. True happiness is actually something deeper and more satisfying than just that. And oh look, that amber tells me that I am insufficient power. Yep, insufficient power, but that's probably an incentive to tell me to, like, yeah, you should be working on solar cells by now. Solar cells and ray receivers. So I will be working on that as soon as I get these lines filled in. Come on, baby. There we go. Hey, now the drones are faster. That's going to help. Alright. Talk about long line, but then again it's necessary because these produce slowly. We'll do the same over here, except I'm going to put one of you just there, like that. You know what? I can even extend that. So let's extend it a bit. What was the last thing Bill Murray was in? Was it Lost in Translation? I don't think that was very good. I'm not sure. Might have misremembered that one. You have unlocked the mecha warp, so if I put space warp as...
You have reached the ability to warp. When you're out of the planetary gravitational range, you can use the caps lock key to turn on the warp. Each time you turn it on, it will consume a great amount of energy and an additional space warper. If you want to travel freely between the stars, you need to prepare sufficient energy and space warpers.
Oh, there we go. We have been warned. Extra 300 seconds. What is that? That's 600 seconds to be 10 minutes. An extra 5 minutes to the life of a solar cell. Well, the solar cells are an ephemeral tool. And to achieve true permanence, you need to incorporate them into a Dyson sphere. Which is the name of the game? Dyson Sphere Program? Oh yeah. Not the most efficient way of putting in these power distribution substations, but you know what? It don't matter. It really don't matter. I think it's good. I like it. What's not so good, however, is the lack of power, so I'm going to have a deuterium refining facility. Well, I've got a deuterium refining facility. I have 2 of those. But what I actually want is a facility that turns deuterium into deuterium fuel cells, and then we'll have some fusion power. But in the meantime, this is good. I have got my factory done. Got all the quantum chips one couldn't ask for. So we'll do that. Pop those there. And there we go, there's my quantum chip manufacturing facility. Really, really nice. And these lines are no longer blue, they are yellow, indicating that there is insufficient power. And oh look, we'll need another one just there to feed the beast. So now I have, do I have everything I need? I've got quantum chips, but graviton lenses, no, I need strange matter. I'm not ready for strange matter is why I needed deuterium. Okay. That's going to need a lot of power. So let's get some power before I do that. So this I need... Oh, I need that bastard thing. That buggering bastard. So I've got to go back to Merope 4. The moon of the gas giant. We're just going to leave that lava forge world with power shortage for the moment. So where is it? There's the sun. There's Merope 2. Just point it in this direction. Oh, there it is. It's over there. And look at that. That's a busy, active network, isn't it? So, let's go over here. And no one's in the Discord, so I won't bother going to the Discord. So, go here. And I could speed up, but you know what? I'm going to get there soon enough. I just want to enjoy this music. It's good music. It's not my music, but it doesn't mean I can't appreciate it. What a flurry of activity we have got. Just make sure I need to be smack bang in the middle. Too shallow an angle and I'll bounce off. And because I wasn't going full blast, I didn't slam into the planet. Ah, back to the shithole music. Didn't want the sail mode to end, I wanted it to continue for a bit. Oh, let's actually, yeah, let's go here. Because I can extend two of those. There we go. Now that's getting all the hydrogen and all the graphite it could want. And that is getting all it needs. Do I have a blue science facility here somewhere? I don't know. But look at that. I mean, that is a busy industrial planet. And it's a busy industrial planet which is only producing... There's 1 gigawatt of power demand? Really? Wonder where that 1 gig... Well, mind you, all these factories are running, so I suppose that's why there's a 1 gigawatt demand for power. So yeah, that might have something to do with it. Wow. Okay. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't build the next facility here, then. I should build it somewhere else. But let's try and find one of these facilities that's using water. So there's our titanium alloy facility, which is low on sulfuric acid. So at one point we are going to have to go somewhere else for sulfuric acid. And that's all fine. Yeah, that's good. Likewise. And so. Ah, chemical facility. They use water sometimes. So what we got in here? Nope, that's graphene. No need for water there. So where is it that demands the water? No, no need for water in there. No, no water there. Well, there's our facility with those bastard things, which I hate, the super magnet rings. I hate them because there's a lot of like demand, and they're slow to produce. So I remember in my previous game I was getting bottlenecked by my inability to produce sufficient quantity of them. Okay, so let's go to Merope 2, the desert planet. Merope 1. There's Merope 2. Alright, let's accelerate. And go over there, because it seems I've exhausted power available on other planets. Harumph, 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 harumph! So on this planet we have 268 megawatts to work with. So, what do I need for this? I need deuterium, titanium alloy and that. So 3 ingredients and 1 output. Right, so put 1 in there. Put that in there. Populate with its requisite vehicles. Titanium alloy, deuterium, and the containment magnet ring. There we go. And none of this is available locally, so we're just going to do remote demand on those. Local storage, remote demand, local storage, and then remote demand, local storage. Ah, remote demand. There we go. So these ones are already busy in flight. Good point. I mean, that said, they should be able to go on... Let me... I need to double check on my deuterium to make sure it's doing what I want it to do. But in the meantime, let's make some deuterium fuel cells. Oh yeah. My one planet which hasn't been significantly paved over yet, so do some of that. Like so. And then a super magnet ring. Super magnet ring. Oh no, hang on, if I start doing that, Nintendo really don't like it when you copy their stuff. Even if you just start humming the theme tunes. So, none of that. It's a me, copyright infringement. And now, do that. There we go. And it will not function without power. So, we shall provide you with all the power you desire. How about these? Nope, they're still on their flights to wherever. And I'm going to need more titanium alloy in the future when I shall have a new facility on another planet. Because it looks like I'm at the stage where I'm going to run out of space on these 3 planets. I will need to expand outwards. in order to get to where it is I need to be. Oh yeah. Can't just do it all in one solar system. Well, I suppose technically it's possible. I mean, all the materials I need are available here. Ah, and here they come. They're returning back with the super magnet rings. So now they just barely come into land, and now they're going to go off to pick up some deuterium. Very good. So we'll do that. So I'm going to go follow them because there's something that's bothering me. And let's see. There's the gas giant. So somewhere near there must be the moon. And there's a procession of a flotilla of vehicles transporting things to and from. I wonder if I can actually follow one of these. I'll have to match it for speed, but... Oh, here's an example. No, going too fast. Never mind. That'll be an interesting challenge. So these are all full, so they can't do anything. There. Is it not set to no, it is set to export. So it should be exporting, but it's not. Well, there we go. I'll put some local vessels on there, and they too can go to the desert planet. And there they go. They're all filling up with the stuff. And then... Right, so here we go. This is starting to fill up now. And it's favouring one side over the other. Well, that's a bit of a nuisance. So it looks like I need a splitter there. Oh, I don't need a splitter. I can do one better. There we go. Yes, an actual container for the deuterium fuel. Oh, but now it collides with other objects. Bugger. If I do that... There we go. Now the deuterium gets to where it needs to be. So let's just check this is all working as it should do. Yep. That's taking it in. That's going to where it needs to be. Yes, that's all working according to plan. And so, because of this, let's just put this in so there is a massive buffer of deuterium just waiting on the moon, in addition to being a massive buffer of deuterium on the gas giant. A massive inexhaustible barrier. To all intents and purposes. And, yep, still 60% production here. So let's go and get some deuterium. And where are these ones going? They're going to Merope 1. Let's see if I can accelerate and catch up with them. Whoops. There's one. He's getting away from me. But I'm going to catch up to you. And then... there he is. Not to worry, because I'm not going there anyway. That's Merope 1. I don't want to go to Merope 1, I want to go to the desert planet. Which I can't go to because I'm out of energy. So I guess I'm just going to have to enjoy this space music for a bit longer then. There's Merope 1 and there's Merope 2. Change vector to Merope 2, there we are. Not bad for just solar panels and burning things in a steam power station. But now it's time to get to the next stage, fusion power. So we'll set our sights onto Merope 2, where I've got my deuterium fuel facility. Ah, you couldn't have asked better than that. I'm literally where they are. Well, that makes me very happy. So, deuterium fuel, please. There we go. There's our first batch of deuterium fuel loading up. So now we'll do some of this. Like so. And then we'll do some of that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Smoke. Oh yes, my microphone actually was on. One, two, three, build on the fourth. I'm going to rebuild these because we got ourselves a little bit of space now, like so. and it seems that we are missing a vital component in this, and that is the deuterium. Yes, without the deuterium we can't make a deuterium fuel cell. But that's quite alright, as we seem to have fairly good supplies of everything else. So let's pop those things in, put them back to where they need to be. And that's as far as we can make it, really, because the deuterium would just not go elsewhere. So how we're doing on this platform for other things, we're alright. Request some warpers in there as well. So I just do a remote demand for warpers, as and when they become available on the market. And now I should be looking into, oh yeah, the graviton lens. So I'm going to need a particle container. So I'm going to need all of this to make a particle container. Alright. Well, then particle containers I shall make. So let's see. Do it... Well, I could... Yeah, let's do it here. We've got loads of room. For now. So I'll do that. Ah, interesting. There's different music for different planets. And then need an electromagnetic turbine, and that will give us a particle container. Right, so now we'll have some warpers and just do remote storage and local demand. I only want 100 of those. Fill in with the requisite vehicles. Ah. I don't have enough of the requisite vehicles. Good thing I made a facility to produce them, so just request 1,000. There we go, and like so. So now let's make sure I get everything I need to do some of those. Now, particle containers is what I'm making. And yes, when I find unipolar magnets, you better believe I'm going to have a new particle manufacturing facility. Particle container manufacturing. Manufactory. We'll wait for the other 800 to come along, then I can delete it. No, we're not going to do that just yet. So there's those two, and then electromagnetic terminal 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it, I've got no more of those belts. got those? Yeah, we do. So there's all of those in. Okay, very good. So now we can say particle container, you'll be the export. Yes. So now I think it's time we do local demand, remote demand, local demand, remote demand, local demand, remote demand, except there's nothing coming. Well, that's a bit of a nuisance. It's probably because the vessels are busy. So it will come in time. Well, there comes the copper. Let's see, do I have in one of these facilities a place that's requesting belts? So let's have you request belts and sorters. We don't want more than 2,000. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, and there is a place which... So there's a place already with this stuff in. Okay, so in which case, clear that, clear that. It's not there. It ain't there. Here it is. And how am I for the sorters? 323, I could do with a few more of those and all then. There, just like that. And here's a facility that's making those, but it's not making... I think Hemi wants to help build the Dyson spheres. Yeah. Go on. If I let's pop myself into the voice chat, and then Hemi, not that you can hear me because he's got himself deafened, you can help with the building of them. Yeah. So come and...
Hobbits.
Hello, I'm live. I've doing my stream. I played some of my music last night, so I played on the thing there. I was thinking about tonight's show.
Hold on a sec, I'll be...
Okay, you can't hear me yet. So I'm just going to carry on talking whilst
I can hear you now.
There we go. So now you can hear me. Yeah, I was thinking about...
it's all right. Hold on one sec. I've just got to shut up. Realise what I did wrong. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll tell you when I need you to talk. Where the fuck is virtual cable gone? Virtual cable.
1,
That's
2,
better.
3, 4.
Virtual cable. Do that over to B3. I bet can you speak now?
I can speak any time, really.
Oh, I can see you talking, but I can't hear you talking.
Oh,
that'll do.
That's unfortunate. But how about now then?
That's right. Yeah, I've changed it. I was
Okay.
just having a play with voice.
I was thinking about the Tonight Show.
Yeah, what you got an idea?
Well, can we talk a bit about Flat Earth? Because I got questions.
Yeah, I can do.
Yeah. I was wondering if you had any ideas in mind, because I'm fresh out.
I need to speak to Nordic because we need to do some more true crime. I think we're about ready for some more true crime. I think.
Where's he been lately? Is this toothache still?
I
bothering
think he's just been off the internet in general, hasn't he? Unless he still hasn't fucking sorted his tooth out yet.
Well, I'm
next question: where do you want to do it from? Do you want to do it from here, or do you want to do it from Gilded?
Oh, let's do it in Gilded because we don't really use that, do we? So
Yeah, we'll keep it going.
Yeah, I think we ought to do that because it's Stash won't be able to join in because, well, it's hard enough trying to...
Stash is in Gilded.
Is he? Oh, so we should be able to get him to use it then. Oh, sorry. Not that Stash exists. This is just a figment of my imagination. Well, Clown X definitely isn't Stash, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally not Clown X.
No.
No, what I've done is all the audio was coming into and out of the same place. Like videos and everything. I've just separated the Discord from the rest of it.
I heard that Clown X...
It didn't matter so much when Discord was an app, but now it's not an app. It's all part of the browser, so I've just
yeah.
The audio around.
I heard rumours...
Makes things easy.
I heard rumours that Clown X is in fact an alter ego of Alfred Albion.
Don't even joke about that shit.
Okay. Yeah. That's a joke.
Yeah, Clown X is in there. Yeah, Clown X is in there.
I think that's a joke only you and I could get.
Yeah, get away with. I mean,
yeah.
we need to find someone who's a real ex. I'm keep trying to get that. What's his fucking name? That mate of Cabers. I can't remember his name. I spoke to him in DMs the other week. I asked him if he wanted to come and do because we need to do Jimmy Savile, don't we?
Oh, yeah, you're right. It just I'm not relishing the prospect of doing the Jimmy.
Oh, he did that video, the one that said that Jimmy Savile was a magician and he was using NLP. So there's like there's a fuck ton of angles to go for on a Jimmy Savile.
Oh well, I mean,
well, you can go for a straight up political conspiracy theory because you got all the he was very high up, very good friends with the royal family.
So do you think he was like a dodgier version of Rasputin? Do you think he was like a dodgier version of Rasputin?
Could well be.
Because I think because the way he said, like, oh yeah, me and the royal family go back a million miles. Isn't it strange that during the marriage counselling between Prince Charles and Princess Diana, that he was the marriage counsellor?
Right, there's a Jimmy Savile folder in the Gilded. Is there any chance you can find some sources and put them in there? If you can find sources and stuff, or is it most of it hearsay?
Well, it was be Jimmy Savile himself. I'll have to find it, see if I can find the quotes, because I heard David Icke talking about it. Yeah,
it was very. I watched that Megan thing. Just absolute. Jesus, was that a veiled threat or what? It's like she said that she's spoken to the royal family and told them that it's not going to end very well. So she's fully intending to smash the fucking royal family up with the race card.
Well, yeah. Dodi Fayed didn't even go that far, and look what happened to him. So. Yeah. I think, you know what, the royal family are one who are used to threats and intimidation, and I'm fully behind them on this one. Prince Harry is a fucking joke.
That's not for you, no.
But you know, the worst thing about Prince Harry is I didn't even realise it, that he's had a baby with her.
No, there's another one on the way.
Oh God, but she's so old. You know they're going to be downies, if not worse. I mean, eggs that run.
Imagine how much fucking baby blood. You can imagine how much baby blood they're going to have to put into that thing to make it normal.
Oh dear, no. I think no matter what they do with that child, it's going to make Harvey seem erudite in comparison.
Yeah. Do you reckon there's going to be another Harvey in the making then? Do you?
Well, like I said, Harvey will be erudite in comparison because it's just. I don't care how good. I mean, like, Prince Harry's genetics are all right, but they're both. I mean, well, no, he's not old, but she's old. She's too old.
Yeah, second kid now, mate.
Ugh, disgusting.
She's intended to get some serious hooks in him, and he's such a fucking fag. I mean, you could go through that thing as a conspiracy thing, couldn't you? Go
spineless, through that. Yeah. Really spineless. I mean, if I was Harry, well, the first thing is I wouldn't be married to her in the first place. But like, why am I getting this divorce?
I mean, what a massive decision. Chelsea Daly Chelsea, what's her name? That birdie was shagging.
Well, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he's had better than her. But
Yeah, Chelsea Davy. Chelsea Davy, that's it.
I didn't even watch the full interview, but I just saw that clip where he was going to speak and then she puts a hand on him to tell him to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, Whitey.
And you know what? If I was him, okay, so if I was him before the babies get born, but even now, divorce, buy the guns back, live in a trailer in the Appalachians, and go hunting fowl and boar with some mates.
You know what? Just divorce and make it up with your family.
Yeah, and just say, look, the bitches and those sprogs, they
I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's it. Just admit defeat, and move on.
Oh, it's a midlife crisis.
Yeah, he's not going to live past 60, is he? Let's face it.
Yeah.
It's my fun.
That's midlife crisis. Most people get a sports car. I got a nigger.
Yeah.
Knocked it up.
Oh, I have got a fire, but it's just embers. I'm going to have to get some more kindling. I'll be right back.
I'm back, just talking to the missus. Hobbit, mate. Hello. Hey. Beats. Hey, Toppy mate.
I think Garbit's done a runner from his own stream.
Oh, is he streaming now, is he?
Yeah, he's been playing that Dyson's for the past few hours.
I mean, him, we're just talking.
Yeah, I was listening.
We're discussing future subjects for the old 14 world.
Well, a lot of people have been requesting the Manchester Canal pusher.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about that.
They want to know about him.
I've got to do some more research because there's not a. I don't know how you'd even fill an hour with what I've got, so I'll have to find some victims and stuff.
There's one chat right now, mate.
What's that, mate?
Never mind.
You're saying Toppy's a victim of the shit canal pusher.
I don't know, but apparently there've been 77 in the past 10 years that have died in the canal.
Well, some people thought that is it Sanaga? Was he the one the date rapey geezer?
Oh yeah, the one that rapes over 200.
Some thought Sanaga might have done a couple of them, don't they?
Oh,
I've also been listening to a lot about the the smiley face killers. Do you know about that, Toppy?
No, I don't know about that one.
That's just like, that's even weirder. That's about guys that literally, they're out clubbing with their mates. All of a sudden they disappear. Their bodies are stored somewhere for a couple of weeks and then they're found in water. It was called the smiley face killer because they used to find somewhere around where the victim was found, they'd find like smiley faces drawn.
I wonder if they've got like a fixation on that Watchman film. Remember, that was the smiley face was associated with that, but one of the characters was killed.
Yeah.
Over the smiley face.
Bean juice.
AC Milan have just scored.
Yeah, I just seen it, mate. I told you, mate, they're gonna win.
There's a VAR check.
Are you lumped on then, Ian?
I just bet on Rangers, mate.
Rangers. What's the Rangers fucking mean? What's the Rangers mean? What have I missed here?
Well, they're
it's
pro-union.
cancelled. It's been cancelled.
Ah, right.
I think. Come on.
I don't know, but my fucking... Oh, wait, they're 1-0 down, mate. Okay.
Well, yeah, I just noticed Rangers are down. Right, I wonder what they're looking at here. Handball! Handball!
You know, I'm thinking.
It's Super Saturday. There's been a goal, Ian, eh?
Where? Who?
Doesn't know what day of the week it is, Ian, eh? Where, what, who?
Do you know, I've been thinking more about Prince Harry. I mean, that was an arranged marriage, wasn't it? It wasn't like a marriage of love. Do you think that marriage was?
I'm sure nativists would take great delight in telling you who arranged the marriage.
Well, I'm thinking, do you think there was like a bunch of journalists which took offence to Prince Harry's Halloween costume and said, "All right, you're going to marry her. She's an absolute fucking bitch."
Well, they were trying to make out that that you know the British public, because they're racist, hated Meg from the fucking get-go.
Well, no, but after seeing how she behaves, now I do. Just a minute.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They tried to force her on us, didn't they? Nobody liked her. No one was interested in her.
Hang on, come in.
Under duress and,
I mean, do you remember that wedding? It was like, oh, she's fantastic. She's so beautiful. You know, she's more beautiful than Kate. You know, all this bollocks, don't they?
Yeah.
she's controlling him. He's not sparing.
Oh God. Did you watch any?
Put her in a place.
Did you watch any of the interview? Did you, Toppy?
I've seen clips.
Oh, mate, it's just amazing. He was affirming her the whole time. You know, she never said anything positive about him once.
Well, I've seen at one point, you know, Harry's, you know, speaking like timidly, and she's glaring at him whilst he speaks, as though he has to say, well, what he's been told.
But even everyone in her family was saying, like, Harry, no, don't marry her. She's a fucking cunt. You can do better. And they're saying this of their own, like, you know, sister or daughter. Like, they're just like, Harry, mate, you can do better. You know, just move on. You can do better. And it's, I really do think, like, not a gun to his back, but it's a case of, like, your life will end if you don't marry this bitch.
It's definitely well screwy, isn't it?
I mean, the only way I can cope with it is just the fact that Harry managed to... I mean, it was... you know what it probably was? It was like... Prince Philip, it was like... Harry was talking with Prince Philip, who probably gets on all right with. And it's like, grandfather. And it's like, don't call me that. Oh, go on, what is it, Harry? And, yeah, it's like... Well, you know, I'm doing this fancy dress. What should I dress up? It's like, oh, would you like to borrow my Waffen SS uniform? Oh, yeah, that would do.
Your uncle's Waffen SS uniform.
Yeah.
I know, it would have been one of his fucking one of his sister's husbands, wouldn't it?
That's it. Yeah. It's like,
his sisters were quite into the old SS guys, weren't they?
Well, that's what I was told during the during the wedding. Prince Philip was only allowed 2 guests to attend because it might have upset the British public if they'd known just who.
I think they were allowed. No, I think they were allowed for the wedding. It was something else that they were. Was it the coronation? They weren't allowed. I can't remember which one it was. They were allowed for something, but they weren't allowed for some. They were allowed for something before, and then later on they were allowed. I
think his wedding was carefully controlled because otherwise they'd be like the British public would be like, so you're Greek, yeah? why are all your friends in the Waffen SS? Why are you marrying our head of state? We just had a bloody war with these bastards. How can you? How come you going to be the new Duke of York, or what? Is it you, Duke of York?
Yeah, he had some very, very spicy fucking brother-in-laws, didn't he?
Yeah. Wow, it would have been a different world had they won. Which Mark Collett, I'm sure, laments to this day.
Yeah,
So-
we've had to speak German.
Yeah, oh, it would have been so much better if we, instead of like using sentences and using Shakespearean, if we just had one word to describe that sentence and all that other bollocks. And the German simping does my nut in. I mean, if German's such a great language, how come they haven't got a Shakespeare?
If the Germans are so great, how come they can't make a toilet properly of it?
Well, there you go. They're good at cars, though. They know cars. I mean, a lot. I personally, I don't rate the German cars that highly. I think they look.
You think a BMW is better than the Austin Princess? I bet. I mean, what kind of sacrilege is this?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I'm just saying they're a bit boring, aren't they, German cars? I mean, you know they're going to be reliable and they're going to be okay, but would you rather have a Mercedes SL? Oh, what's that?
Molester what, Hobbit?
Sound
like you're about to start.
A Molestes SLK Sport Coupe, or would you have a Jaguar E-Type?
Yeah.
If you could have those sort of things. I mean, the Volkswagen Polo or Golf, it has to be one of the most boring cars in the world. I mean, it's all right. It's just very boring. It's just like, oh, what have you got? A Volkswagen Polo? Okay. So what do you do? A very boring job. Oh yeah. Do you have any interesting opinions? No. Do you do anything for fun? Not really. Yeah, you drive a Volkswagen Polo. My dad drives a Golf actually, but.
Why do hippies like VW when everybody knows, what VW were all about?
Yeah, wow.
Is it like fuck you? Is it?
Because hippies are the actual real, they're the real
Hippies
Nazis.
are the bourgeoisie.
They're the real Nazis.
Yeah.
They like that the engine the engine oil used to lubricate a Samba bus is in fact made from rendered Jewish fat. And that's a fact. Yeah, special considerations are needed when you've got an air-cooled engine in the rear. So you've got to use special lubricants, and nothing works better than that. And the catalytic converter is made from platinum stolen from Jewish necklaces. That's not a well-known fact, but it's true. And no one can prove otherwise. I've just realised I've done this the wrong way, but it doesn't matter.
What are you doing? Driving stream?
No, I'm doing Dyson Sphere Simulator. Well, at the beginning of the game, I was playing my music because I did some music yesterday, and I haven't quite captured the magic. But I think it's one of those things that
if anyone's in Phil's local area, can they send him some thermal paste? His laptop's overheating. He needs some thermal paste.
Well, it's it's too bad because I
wouldn't have it because he's too fucking middle class.
It's going Shrubin on him.
Yeah, I've got I've got thermal paste, and I'd happily send it to him on second class post, but then he'd have to give me his address. So, yeah.
Probably get some off Amazon anyway.
Yeah.
Now bourgeoisie he is, don't you?
Well, I've got some decent bourgeoisie class thermal paste, but he can slum it with his shitty thermal paste.
Soviet era.
Actually, you know what? I need to show him. There's this video where Life of Boris has done recently, showing making a budget PC for €500. And then using, because it's a budget PC and it's Gopnik approved, he's using mayonnaise to instead of thermal paste, and it actually works.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean,
is it?
It's called thermal interface material, and all it is to provide a contact area between The hot
Why don't
bits.
you just turn it into like an omelette? When you have just like an omelette stuck to your PC.
Well, the thing is that the main thing about mayonnaise is it's actually oil. So I think it's just what
There's egg in it as well.
Yeah, I know there's egg, but it's probably the sunflower oil doing the main job. But I've been thinking about, and purely not even based on any of the numbers or anything, but I've been thinking about getting conductor.
What graphics card did they use in this Gopnik approved one then?
I'll have to have a look. Life of Boris. Let's see. What is Life of Boris? And it's one of his recent videos. I like the one he did about potato salad.
What did he do about potato salad?
Well, he made a potato salad. Let's see.
Potato salad, my way. Was it?
Well, yes. It was, and it was a good potato salad. I'll put it in Doodly Pad.
Potato salad, my way.
Well, except he's a Gopnik, so he wouldn't speak that way. So let's see. Components. What components does he use? So it's a Ryzen 5 1600, like my one. Motherboard, 8 gigs of RAM, a M2 SSD, a 1050 Ti graphics card. Yeah.
Oh, he's not done too bad for that price, then, has he?
No. I mean that's pretty reasonable for all the sort of stuff. Yeah. 450 watt Corsair power supply. The Wraith Prism cooler, which AMD provides with the retail box. Arctic MX4 thermal paste.
I think I might sack up and get myself a 1080.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah.
And use the 970 for my spare computer. I'm thinking of doing one downstairs as like a home theatre PC build.
Yeah, and the 970 should do quite well for that because it's the fan won't only turn on when it's needed.
Yeah.
Right, so this is good.
And I could do a bit of gaming like downstairs.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is
Will it display in 4K? That's the only thing. TV downstairs 4K.
Yeah. Will it play games at 4K? Well, not really. But, however, if you're using Steam Link, if you've got the most powerful computer streaming the games to any other computer, they don't need to be that powerful because they can just... I've done it before. If you've got like a good Ethernet or wireless connection, you get a good signal quality. If you're trying to do it over the internet, which I have done before, you have to use like a virtual private network so that it sees it's part of the same network. But yeah, you can actually go so far as to...
Yeah, because I've got one of those PlayStation TV things, which does the same thing.
Oh yeah, well there you go. Yeah. So I'm going to leave that planet.
I think that'll only do PlayStation stuff, won't it? It won't do PC, will it?
I don't have one, so I don't know what it can and can't do. But I imagine if it's Sony, it's quite proprietary. But
Yeah.
you don't need much for it. I mean, if I was going to build a home theatre PC, I would use one of the Ryzen APUs, so it's got a graphics card and a processor in one, some RAM, an SSD, so it's silent, and that's it. I mean, yeah, you can put wireless in there, or you can use an Ethernet connection like I would.
Well, I'm using that spare i7 I've got.
Oh yeah.
So that's what mine's based on. I've got an i7 6800K.
I've been recommending to Nordic to get himself a refurbished PC because he's looking to get into PC gaming, and I said the best.
Yeah, because we're not going to be able to help him, are we?
Well,
being where he is.
Yeah, and well, I said, look, I mean, I'm willing to build him a computer, and I'm even willing to do a drive to where he lives, and I figured out the cost of fuel cost me £50.
Yeah.
But there's lockdown, so police might well and say, hey, what do you think you're doing, Sonny Jim lad? But
Wrong thing.
yeah. But the other thing is,
Wrong thing you engaging in, young man.
yeah, but the other important factor with this is the fact that budget £500, and it's like, well, look, your £500 will go much further if you buy one of these refurbished PCs. A lot of them come with a 1650, which is a much better graphics card than I can get for the price, because they're just not available, although they are but ridiculously marked up prices. So why aren't they exporting it? I've said, you need some vehicles. Slots are full. Oh yeah, slots are full. Well, I have to figure out why that's not exporting that item.
And it's 1080p looks good enough. You don't really need 4K, do you?
Well, no. I've never gamed on 4K, so I can't say. But yeah. The 1080p is comparable to a 2070 as well, which is what I've got. But if you want, we can always run the heaven benchmarks and see what numbers you get versus what numbers
I mean
get.
1080 HD. I mean,
oh right, yeah.
Notice between that and 4K on a 4K TV anyway, would you?
If I don't wear glasses, I can't even see 1080p. So, yeah, it's a bit different. Oh well, that won't go in there. All right. Okay, so let's figure out why that's not importing fuel. So remote demand, local supply, yeah. Let's go to the desert planet. Merope 2, which is... No, that's Merope 4. There's Merope 2. Why aren't you delivering diesel? I like the fact that eventually I'll have an interstellar empire here. And I'm going to be importing things like stone, iron ore, and coal from one planet to another using faster than light vehicles.
Burning coal.
Well, actually, no. I'm refining coal into graphite and then into diamonds. I was burning coal, but I've moved on to hydrogen now, so can't do any meme jokes. See? Joke's on you. I'm being incredibly boring and artistic.
The joke's on you. I've joined PA.
Oh dear. Yeah, guys, I really think the way going forward is PA, so all the stuff I said but in the past...
You've been in the Telegram today. Oh, old Eddie Butler's not happy, is he? Here, no.
No. He's going off.
Fucking is, mate. Jesus. Not messing around, the old boy, is he?
I got a fire.
I mean, he knows a lot about collars. He said he was his little apprentice. Keeping away from the Nazi shit, but of course he went back.
I mean, how many times does he have to be warned about the same fucking shit over and over again?
I'm starting to think that Prince Harry and Mark Collett are quite similar in some regards, in that their lives, they are not the masters of their destiny, are they?
Or do you think Laura Taylor's bullying Mark into being a Nazi?
No, I don't know if it's Laura Towler. I doubt it's her. I just think there are some people behind the scenes which we don't see. The police, which are just sort of saying to Mark, all right, this is what you're going to do now. Hey, Mark, you haven't been promoting Nazism. Can you do another Watch Together stream of The Greatest Story Never Told?
Yeah, can you do, what was that fucking shitty book you did the other day?
Oh, Why I'm a Wanker by Mark Collett.
No, what was that? Hellstorm, the one about fucking boo-hoo-hoo, that Hitler didn't do nothing, then all of a sudden evil Bomber Harris suddenly decided to attack him for no reason whatsoever.
His beautiful Dresden before the bombs hit. You know, it's just... Yeah. It's literally a Hobbit hole.
Right, here's beautiful London before the bombs hit. Fuck you.
Come friendly bombs rain on Slough.
Yeah.
So that's why nothing's being supplied, because I don't have any titanium alloy. Let's figure out why I don't have titanium alloy. And then once I got all this backdrop started, because I'm not going to be able to manufacture anything if I don't have the power. So let's go over here. And oh, and I've bounced off the planet because it's not made of concrete. It's actually made of... Do you remember those soupy bouncy balls in the 1990s? I remember I had... They were great fun. I mean, you should do like a squash match with a super bouncy ball.
That'd be impossible.
It would be a lot. Oh boy. Oh. I can't think of squash without thinking of Emmanuel.
I've never seen Emmanuel. I know what it's about, and I think I might have seen some of it.
You should watch it with your missus one of these days. It's a romantic film.
Ever seen Carry On Emmanuel, Hobbit? Did you know there's a film called Carry On Emmanuel?
I did, and when I watched it, I was very disappointed because, like, this is not an Emmanuel film. This is taking the piss.
Or a Carry On film. I should imagine.
Wait. So it's not a Carry On film, and it's not Emmanuel. So
I should imagine it's not a Carry On. I should imagine who's in it. I don't know. I'll look at it.
I don't know, but it's one of those like things which got me really confused because it was like, who does this appeal to? Because this offends people that enjoy Carry On films, and this offends people that enjoy the Emmanuel films, and I just was very confused by all of it.
Oh shit! It is a proper Carry On film.
Oh dear.
It's the 30th. Oh shit! It's the 30th of 31 Carry On films. So it must have been like the. Well, it was the last one because we don't. Do we not count Carry On, whatever that fucking garbage was afterwards? Do you remember the 90s one? Do you remember that one?
Oh dear. But so there was 31 Carry On films.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't really take Barbara Windsor properly as an actress after seeing that, because I'm just like...
Carry On Columbus. Carry On Columbus, that's the bad.
Carry On, Come My Bus. Okay, so that's the sulfuric acid.
Emmanuel Prevert, which is obviously Peppa,
yeah,
reveals the boredom. This is the plot according to Wikipedia. Relieves the boredom of a flight on Concorde by seducing the timid Theodore Valentine, Larry Dan. I don't know who he is. Returns home to London to surprise her husband, the French ambassador, Emile Prevert, Kenneth Williams. But first surprises the butler Lions, Jack Douglas. He removes her coat only to find she's left her dress on the aircraft. The chauffeur Leyland, Kenneth Connor, housekeeper Mrs. Dangle, an aged boot boy Richmond, Peter Butterworth sent 40 times ahead and they're right. Emile is dedicated to his bodybuilding, leaving a sexually frustrated. Kenneth Williams was dedicated to his bodybuilding. Well, I suppose if Keith Woods is, yeah, Kenneth Williams can be. Leaving a sexually frustrated Emmanuel to find pleasure with everyone from the Lord Chief Justice, Llewellyn Rees, to chat show host Harold Hump, Henry McGee. Theodore is spurned by Emmanuel, who has genuinely forgotten their airborne encounter, and despite reassurances from his mother, Beryl Reid, fucking hell, Beryl Reid was in it, exacts revenge by revealing Emmanuel's antics to the press. However, after a visit to her doctor, Albert Moses, she discovers that she is pregnant and decides to settle down to a faithful marriage with Emile and dozens of children.
Dozens of children.
Dozens of children.
Trad. Wheat fields.
Carry On England? What's Carry On England then? Did you know they did a Second World War one? I've never seen that one.
Has anyone done like a porn parody of Carry On, where it's actually just like, it's just straight up pornography? It's not you know, it's still got some funny jokes in it and stuff, but I don't think you could get Kenneth Williams or Barbara Windsor in it. It was like Carry On double anal.
Carry On. Yeah, they did a film called Carry On England, which was just set during the Second World War. Know that one?
No. Wasn't really a fan of the Carry On films, got to admit. It's,
right, so let's see how many of these you've seen then, Hobbit. Carry On, I'll forget the Carry On bit, 'cause it will
Carry
just
On
save
up the
some time.
Khyber.
Sergeant, nurse, teacher, constable. These are all early. Some of these, 1958, the first one was Carry On Sergeant. Carry On Regardless, Cruising, Cabby, Jack, Spying.
Was that the game
Oh, no,
one? Carry On Cruising.
Yeah, Carry On Cruising. Let's see what Carry On Cruising
Was Al Pacino in that?
Al Pacino in it. Yeah, he was in that.
Carry On Cruising.
Cleo. That's Cleopatra, isn't it? Carry On Spying. I've never heard of Carry On Spying. Have you?
Was that the James Bond one?
That must be, yeah.
Was that like a prototype Austin Powers?
I suppose so. Did you know it was Barbara Windsor's first Carry On film?
No, I did not. Was she Ivana Hump a lot?
I don't know. Carry On Cleo, Carry On Cowboy, Carry On Screaming's good. You seen Carry On Screaming?
Is that like was that the same year that Psycho was released?
66.
When was Psycho released?
No, it was more like a Universal Monsters type of thing with Frankenstein and Dracula and stuff.
Rawr.
You heard about this fucking Baroness Jenny, whatever her fucking name is?
Baroness Jenny get her tits out. Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah, we're talking about Carry On. Watch it. Hobbit's a bit horny. We've got a horny Hobbit in chat.
This woman called Baroness Jenny something or other. She's a Green Party pit. Has been talking in the House of Lords about a curfew on men to stop violent instances against women. All
Is it
in
really a
reaction
curfew on white men, which isn't going to solve the problem?
Oh yeah. Well, apparently we're the problem. You see, women get murdered, and it's primarily because of us.
Hey, mate, here's an idea that Baroness Cunt Face can do. Maybe there should be like a curfew on knives. Like a curfew on spamming.
I think they should ban. I think they should ban rape. I think if they banned rape, it might stop rape.
Oh.
Well,
That
this
is
is
an
all in
interesting
reaction to this Sarah Everhart or whatever her name is, the woman who went
Everhart.
missing in London. Yeah, it was it turned out to be an armed police officer who's been arrested in suspicion.
Oh yeah,
with
shit! I heard about that. Yeah,
murder.
this is interesting.
Yeah, this wasn't just any armed police officer. This copper was parliamentary detail.
Parliamentary detail.
Like,
is that like the same sort that? Who are the cops that murdered John Charles Menezes?
It means they'd have dug so far into his life that they'd have found out what his ancestors were called, and they didn't find out that he was a murderer. So you know,
Yeah.
that is some scary shit, man.
He's probably a fresh off the boat. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a fresh off the boat one, but they can't like review his thing properly. Because do you remember on Crime Watch there was that like Polish one, like literal Polish, like can't even barely speak a word of English, fucking Polish.
Yeah, I got when I got out of prison, I had to live in Luton for 2 weeks, and I was out one night having a wander around because I was in a new place. So I thought, and I had my freedom back, so I thought, I'm going out, I'm not staying indoors. And I got pulled over by some coppers at like 2 a.m, and one of them got out and he had a fucking turban on his head. He had a black turban on his head with a police badge in the middle of it.
Hello. What is this? What are you doing at this time of night?
What is going on here?
What is going on here? What are you doing?
Hey, Bushman, what you doing, bud?
But
They wouldn't even give me a lift back. Like I turned around and I told them where I lived, and I was like, I'm lost. You know, I've only been out of prison a couple of weeks and I don't know where I am, and I'm kind of lost. And they were like, "Oh, sorry about that, mate," and just drove off.
You're obviously not the right kind of prisoner, because normally prisoners they bend over backwards for them, don't they?
Mhm. Yeah, especially around Luton.
Yeah. Well, they bend over forwards for them.
Well, what you should have done is when you saw them coming, just like smear some mud on your face and go.
I tell you what, when I told everyone on my my level of the wing that I was going to Luton for a couple of weeks on my release, they were like, "Oh, have fun,"
See
and I was
you
like,
soon,
"Why?" And they
Nordic.
were like, "Town." They were like, "That's Packy Central, that is," and I was like, "Don't be silly." I turned up in Luton, got off the train, walked into town, and was like, "Fucking hell."
Bam, 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 bam.
Ba-ding.
Oh dear.
Ding.
That's fucking terrible, mate. I managed to find myself in Berry Park all by myself,
Oh,
and
nice.
yeah,
That's a good idea.
that was an interesting time.
Hmm. I wanted to start off tonight's show talking a bit about flat Earth because I got some questions about it.
Okay.
I'm agnostic over the shape of the Earth, but
Stick over it.
yeah, well, you know, because I don't know one way or the other if it's globe or if it's flat, but I know for certain it's hollow.
Oh, NASA ain't gonna fucking tell us, are they? That's for sure.
No, and I don't.
The one way you can't decide, isn't it?
Well, I think being agnostic over it is honest because
Agnostic means you know there's a shape of the world, but you're not sure which one it is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're
You know
agnostic,
something.
So you know the world has a shape of it, but you just don't know what shape it is.
yeah. Well, it's like when people are agnostic over God and stuff. They don't know whether God exists or not. And unfortunately, I'm not afflicted with such a disability.
Fantasies.
But in the case of like the shape of the Earth, I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know. And I'm wondering, like, how does it affect me? Because I mean, if like all the flights are done assuming the world's got a flat, it's flat, then all right, then it's flat. Because if you're trying to pretend that the world is flat but it's actually a globe, and you go in the straight line on the flight, you won't be going on the straight line. You'll be going on a line which is curved, and it won't actually be the most efficient way to get to where you're going.
Supposed to be something weird about the routes that airplanes travel that kind of the fact
they
that
don't
the
go over
world
the
is in
Pacific.
fact flat.
They don't go over the Pacific, and there's other routes. Like
Yeah.
if you're saying going from say South Africa to South America, why don't you go through Antarctica? Because that would be the most direct route. And there's also like no fly zones over the North Pole as well, which I mean it doesn't, because they say, oh, it's a bit cold up there. So whenever you're up in the stratosphere, it says minus
What
50.
shall I call the episode then?
Call it, I can't think of a title, and spooky.
There's got to be something flat Earth, isn't it?
I have
Flat
questions.
Earth Hobbit has questions. How about that?
Yeah, that would do. Oh, I don't even have enough graphene to make this stuff. Oh shit! What am I going to do? No graphene. Can't make the particle colliders. But let's pretend that was enough. So I've got strange matter. So if I had the strange matter, what would it then go into?
Are we doing this from Gilded, or are we going to do it from Discord?
Well, I'm happy to do it in Gilded. Nordic, how about you?
I'm not bothered.
All right. Well,
we'll do it from Gilded then. Gilded's got much better audio.
okay. Well, I can pop on to Gilded now. Go into the general chat. Is that the one?
Anybody that's in this chat with us wants a link to the.
How do I? It should just double click on it and it should start, right?
No, it's weird, isn't it? You have to click on general.
Yeah, I'm on general.
And then voice lobby.
Voice
You
lobby.
have to click on general, then voice lobby.
Okay. Where is?
Click on general. The second thing will come up, and it will say voice lobby.
Oh, right, because nothing's come up when I click on it.
Nordic's made it.
Yeah. Hemi's house party, right? That's where we are.
Yeah, a second bit comes up. So you click on general,
Yeah.
the voice chat, and then a second menu comes up. And a second column should come up.
It's a plus on mine. When you click on the plus, it says join lobby.
Yeah.
So there we go. Right, I'm going to disconnect from Discord then. There we go. Wait, what? Am I in team meetings, new voice room, voice lobby? Yeah, I'm in the thing. Oh yeah, and I'm still streaming here, aren't I? So hello audience, if you're watching this and getting a bit confused, 7 o'clock tonight, we are doing, we're doing 14 words. So
you're in the one you spacker.
Am I? I don't...
Yeah, you were in Emmy's house party.
Oh, which one? Wait, I don't... Oh, have you created a server for...
Yeah, there's a separate 14 words one, but I think Nordic's coming over anyway.
Oh, okay. I don't see that. I'm not in it, so you'd have to invite me.
Oh, you're in there, Hobbit.
Am I?
It's just a bit... You have to click on that icon in the bottom, in the corner.
All servers. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, there it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's why then.
There's a little button here and it says broadcast.
You know what the broadcast button means?
Don't know.
No idea.
No,
The red button's on it.
Okay. So just to explain to people still watching on my channel, because I've been streaming all this time. Yeah.
It's a spacker.
That the 14 words will be happening. In what, 15 minutes time. And I'm just going to carry on with this because I'm having fun doing this. So, I need... Oh, wait a second. I need a facility that
Remember,
makes...
hobbits aren't very good at technology, but they are very good at eating pies.
Oh, yeah. I saw a North FC version of Klaus Schwab where it's like, you'll eat naught but pies and you'll fucking love it.
Who's Klaus Schwab?
He's the weirdo that looks like a Bond villain in the World Economic Forum. The one that's like, the Agenda 2030, where you'll own nothing, you'll eat bugs, and you'll be happy.
But we'll be happy.
Yeah,
they've already train the kids to do that on their own anyway. Kids now don't want to know anything. They don't want to own anything. They don't give a fuck.
Well, I think they understand that they can't afford anything, so why would you want to own anything?
Yeah, it's not the fact that they don't want to, it's the fact that they can't.
Why aren't millennials buying houses? They're being greedy, keeping their money to themselves.
It's because houses don't cost like fucking 100 anymore.
Yeah, they're not affordable anymore.
Especially not around fucking hell. Oof. I feel the young one buying in Norfolk. Fucking well expensive.
Is Nordic's audio dropping in and out for you, Hemi?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a shame.
You need to have a look at your noise gate, I think, Nordic. It's clipping you. Get nearer to your phone.
Well, no, I think that's it. Because he's near enough to his phone, it's working.
Is that better?
That's better. Loud and clear.
Well, no, it was loud before. It was just maybe too loud, and that's why it was clipping off your every sort of other word you're saying.
It was too loud.
You're too loud. I remember when a dealer was he's sort of saying to me, "Oh yeah, I got this new puff in stock, and it's really loud." I was like, "What do you mean it's loud?" "Oh, smoke it, you'll find out."
Someone say that to me before.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really loud, and I'm like, Can't you just say it's strong? It's like, yeah, it's loud.
Like a Hawaiian
I'm
shirt.
saying, why do you have to have these fucking impressive words?
Why can't you just use normal
Doesn't
people
make
words?
any sense.
Yeah.
It's like when they come out with a fucking name for it.
It's like
can't you
Casimir
just call
said,
it fucking weed?
Casimir said something was sick yesterday. I said, do you mean sick as in it's good or sick as in it's not good?
It's hell days, isn't it?
Was he describing his sexual fantasies as sick? They're well sick, innit, bro?
No, I think he thinks they're perfectly normal.
Oh yeah, and you can't prove otherwise. I mean, the fact is, I don't know many people his age.
I mean, fancy doing the fucking millennial woes bit.
But I don't know many people his age, but maybe that is normal for them. That's the worrying thing. Have you ever considered that, Eminem?
Yeah. We're the abnormal ones, aren't it?
Yeah, we.
No, I'm saying for their age, the sort of things that Casimir's into is just normal for them. That's, well, I don't know. I don't know every single Zoomer, but they are a strange breed. Sick little monkeys.
My 10-year-old's into some well-acting shit, mate.
Still a bit Norman Collier. I bet nobody gets that one.
I don't understand the kids today, man. My kid comes out with some stuff and I'm just sat there with fucking question marks in my eyes.
You're still clipping a bit, no?
Yeah, it is.
Fuck no.
Are there actual noise gate settings on this thing? Do you know?
Yeah, I haven't used the phone version, so I mean your audio is coming through all right on the other one, Discord.
Yeah.
So input sensitivity, automatically determine input sensitivity, but I don't think.
Yeah, turn that off, Nordic.
Yeah.
Turn the automatically determine off.
See that?
There's echo cancellation, noise suppression, auto gain control.
I've been playing Dead Space 2 again, Nordic.
Where's that?
You've never played Dead Space?
I played Dead Space. No, I went. You said a little bit.
Oh, I'm looking at the settings here. You've got things like echo cancellation, noise suppression, auto gain control. Automatically determine input sensitivity.
Hold on, I'll open my phone.
Yeah, I don't think I have it on my phone.
I don't think I have those options.
Excuse me.
Let's see, I'll figure it out.
Posting.
So I need to ascertain why I'm not making enough titanium alloy.
Yeah, 3 dots in the right and 3 dots in the bottom right, Nordic. Settings, voice and video. Oh, there's only
Settings. Yeah, I've only got activity and push to talk.
Yeah, you only have voice activity and push to talk. A bit.
Oh, that's a shame.
Computer.
I don't know. I haven't used the phone version, so don't think I have it installed.
If I put my headset in wherever the fuck my headset's gone.
Oh yeah, use
Talking
that.
loudly outside. I'll have to jump out the stab him. do.
I'm playing Dead Space 2 now. I've just got to the Ishimura.
Good as.
Ichinora.
Ishimura.
Oh yeah.
It's the ship from the first one. Spoilers.
Chinora.
Flaming Nora, that's itchy.
Ishimura. Ishimura, mate.
Fucking.
Charlie Big Pusha would say Ishimura.
Oh, Top Cat.
Hey,
is-
Nordic, are you been on Fascist Fitness yet?
Oh
You
wow.
have you posted your PP on Fascist Fitness yet?
That's even worse.
I deleted that. I'm mad at him.
That is well loud. You
Shall
turn
we
it
go
down?
back to Discord if it's going to be like this? Because you all right on Discord,
Yeah, I think we might have to go back to Discord.
right?
Nordic's fucked it up.
Yeah.
Nordic's fucked it up. We're gonna have to go back to Discord.
Sorry.
Right. So whilst we wait for everybody to come back, I'm just gonna.
Oh, next week's show, I think we'll do the as long as we got Ian back on the 25th. I can't remember what he
Can you
said.
hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Sweet.
Nice.
Roll on getting this.
We're doing the mysteries of the. He said he hasn't. No, he hasn't said which one he's doing, but he's got two. He's got two in the pipeline. He's got Rendlesham Forest and the Mysteries of the Titanic.
Oh yeah, the Titanic one would be interesting because there's that story about it being the Olympic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
I need
one.
to start doing my research for the next true crime episode. I haven't done it yet. Well, technically I have started my research because I've been looking into things about it. I'm just trying to figure out what I'll do because I want it to run a bit better than the last true crime one because that was a bit of a booze up.
Oh, it's a learning curve. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the Canal Pusher next week then.
Ah, the Canal Pusher
See
of
what you can
Manchester.
find out, Nordic. Yeah.
I think what I'll do is I'll try and do it like more of like a script, write out exactly what I'm gonna say.
Oh, but Nordic, you talk to us through a cup and a bit of string.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my
It does,
plastic cup
it does
and
sound
a
like
bit of
this,
string.
Nordic. That's what he sounds like. Let me hear you, Nordic.
It is very like it sounds like you're eating the microphone.
Is that better?
That's better.
That's better. That's better.
Fucking hell.
You want to get that PC,
Nordic.
mate, don't you? You want to get that PC. You want to get a decent quality microphone.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm planning to do, man. Like, I'm gonna have a nice little fucking microphone on a nice swing arm attached to my desk.
Yep. Can't you? Oh, okay. I'll just put that in my inventory. Right. I think it's time I went and flew to another planet because
Oh, I'm not on it.
this star system ain't big enough for the both of us. See that one? That's got some interesting.
The good bit about Dead Space 2 when you go back to the Ishimura is like you spend ages absolutely shitting yourself waiting for something to jump out, don't you?
The
But it
itchy
don't for
Nora.
ages.
The itchy
Itchy
Nora.
Nora.
Itchy
I
Nora.
like games that actually have the ability to make me shit myself.
Yeah.
Oh, you should enjoy Alien Isolation then. That's
Have you,
I hated
I want
that.
to play it. I want to play it because I've heard it's really good. But
It's
have you
horrible.
Played,
It's
Resident Evil 7.
No, but Alien Isolation is absolutely horrible. It's I did not enjoy playing it.
I might have to play it then.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really do the tension in the right way, though, does it? Because after a while, you kind of get bored. Well, that's the way I felt with it, anyway.
No, I just wanted to be done with
I thought
it.
they kind of went over the
Resident
top
Evil
with the tension.
Have you played Resident Evil 7, Hemi?
I haven't played any of the Resident Evil games.
Right.
I own Resident Evil for the Sega Saturn.
Get Resident Evil 7, right? Get a packet of Pampers in and turn all the lights off.
Is that the kitchen? Is that the kitchen? Is that the one? There was the demo of the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, the game's really fucking good. I loved it. Fucking shit myself. Like, it's one of those ones where you generally you're walking around really fucking quietly because you're like, I don't want anyone to hear me.
So,
I'm trying to do the game on Madhouse difficulty, but it's
I'll tell you, if you do really want to poop your pants, you want to get a game on the PlayStation 1 called Clock House. That is weird. You're playing the game, you play like a normal like adventure type game, you're picking this up, you're doing that, finding clues, and then all of a sudden every now and again this fucking psycho runs out with a massive pair of head shears and tries to cut your head off. And there's like dramatic music and you have to run away from him and you just like shit your pants every time he comes.
what about Silent Hill?
I was watching PewDiePie play this game, and he fucking shit himself. I can't think what it was. It was I think it was called Outlast or something. It's meant to be fucking.
Oh yeah, I was playing a bit of Outlast. Yeah, I've got that. That was one of the PlayStation 4 free games.
Yeah, it's meant to be absolutely fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
I'm playing Dyson.
I still think Dead Space is the best horror game though.
It gets the adrenaline going.
Yeah, Dead Space just fucks with you when you go back to the Ishimura, don't you? 'Cause you're reading all those messages about that cleaner that's shitting himself.
Yeah, does it on purpose. Like,
Yeah.
you purposefully see the Ishimura again, and you're like, that bit, your heart just drops into your stomach, and you're just like, fuck.
Fuck, I've got to go back there.
No, I don't want to go back there. It genuinely does give you that sense of, oh shit, no, please, I don't want to go here again.
Yeah, don't make me go back to the Ishimura.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
I'll be back in 5 and go and grab something to drink for me.
Sensible idea. Oh, that's it. I need fire ice and then I can make graphene from that. So, was there a source of fire ice in this? There's... I know. It's been pretty wet all day here. It's finally seems to have settled down. We had a load of noise earlier on today. Ah, so that's the wing that needs to go on to.
Did you hear that they closed the Severn Bridge today because of them?
Wales is just trying to like close itself down. It's like we finally achieved what we want. Wales is closed.
Yeah.
No one gets
Boris
in or
is
out.
being a twat and Sturgeon's open in Scotland up.
Oh god, what a load of bollocks.
Yeah, Boris will do a U-turn. Boris will do a U-turn, start opening everything up, and then Sturgeon will close everything down again.
It's all a load of bollocks. There's nothing scientific about it. It's all political.
Right.
It's all a social experiment. It is.
Well, they're all bleating about, well, look what happened last year when we opened up too fast. And it's like, yeah, but last year there wasn't this revolutionary vaccine. So that argument just doesn't float.
Oh yeah, but you can still get sick if you get the vaccine. It'll make the symptoms not as bad. So what's the fucking point in the vaccine then?
Well, like we've had today, I was listening to talk radio, and they said we've had 160 something deaths that mention COVID on the death certificate. That's way down. That's fucking way down.
It's all political bullshit. It's all lies.
Like we as Mark Dolan on Talk Radio said, we've gone past escape velocity for this fucking virus. We're fucking cruising past it now, and we are going to have to learn to live with it. And that is an interesting thing I've heard out of Boris. Boris has been saying, you know, we're going to have to learn to live with this. Chris Whitty still sat there fucking with his calculator trying to shut everything down again.
I mean, apart from Boris, I don't really know who these people are. That's how disconnected I am from reality. But
Yeah, I
when they
didn't
say
know
learn
he
to live with
wasn't
this, it's like, oh, what you mean we're gonna have to learn to live with like a coronavirus, like, or like we've done since the beginning of time.
Yeah, yeah. What like we've done since time immemorial.
How will we ever learn to? Yeah,
I know.
how's this gonna work? I don't know.
I know. Jesus Christ.
How will we learn to deal with another flu? Oh, no, we can't deal with another flu. But then
We'll
again,
just
there was
carry
all
on doing what we've always done.
well, there's all these sad twats like in the before time where they're like, oh, you know, the flu, I gotta get a shot, get the flu because 50,000 people died of it. What, so in the population of 60 million, 50,000 died of the flu? What percentage of those were over 85?
I've had flu and I wouldn't go have a fucking flu jab.
No, I mean
No way.
I've had flu twice in my life, and it was bad. It wasn't fun by any stretch of the imagination. But
Yeah, when I had flu, it was not fucking fun.
but it's like I'm not getting that. Oh, fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
I locked myself down. I locked myself in my house until I felt better. As soon as I felt better, I came back out of the house and started doing stuff.
Ah,
but,
so
like,
you're
I
being
knew
an
I was
asymptomatic
really-
carrier of a deadly disease.
Well, I knew I was really ill, so like I could barely stand. All my muscles hurt, my eyes hurt, everything hurt. I
Yeah.
felt like utter fucking shit, and I was like, I'm not going out because I'd have gone round my mum's or something, got my mum ill, you know. But this is the point. They're trying to make it out like we never fucking paid attention to these things in the before times, and we did pay attention to these things. Like if you had an illness or something, you tried to sort of keep your distance from people and tried to cough into your sleeve or into a tissue or something. You know, it's all these grubby ass people that sort of give us all a bad name, like the people that don't fucking throw their tissues in the bin, like
Or
people that just go and
Yeah.
cough without covering their mouths up.
The ones which look dirty to begin with, and when they act
Yeah.
dirty, you know, it does nothing but further reinforce my racial biases against these dirty, slitty-eyed bastards.
Yeah.
Not saying it's just the slitty eyes that do it. There's other ones too, but
Yeah.
they yeah. Seems-
Mate, I've got a white mate that literally I think he changes his clothes like once every 6 months.
Ah, is he Swedish?
No, he's English, mate.
Oh, okay. Because like, you know the thing they got in Sweden where they got like, you can't, if you're living in an apartment, you can't have your own washing machine. You have to use the communal one. And
Oh, this dude won't use a washing machine.
yeah.
He doesn't do none of that. But I used to live with him like fucking 11 or 12 years ago, and because he didn't wash or anything, he used to stink out the entire fucking hostel. So one day we kind of had enough, and we decided we would get a fucking, you know, make him have a bath, and we like pulled him out of his bedroom by his ankle because he was refusing to get in the bath. So we pulled him down the hallway by his ankle, and he was clawing at the fucking walls all the way down the hallway to not get into this fucking bath. And when we chucked him in there, the fucking water just instantly turned black.
Ugh.
Yeah, fucking grim, man.
I don't understand. I mean, I even heard like from friends, you know, where they well, not friends, cousin, when was in prison, it was just like this guy at reeks, and then one day some of the other lags had enough of it, and they dragged him into the bath, and he was screaming rape, and it's like no, and then the screws are saying like, are you intending to molest this man? It's like, no, we're intending him to throw him into the showers and not let him out until he's put soap on his body. And so they just let him carry on with it, just physically dragging this man into the showers. And
Yeah, they don't stand for that shit in prison. If you fucking stink, mate.
yeah, and it's just like you did the right thing. I mean, there's some people that I have a bath twice a week, even if I don't need it. But
I more or less have a bath every day.
When I was not where I'm living,
30 times a day, yeah. 30 times a day. I have numerous baths a day.
when I was not now, but where I was living before, I used to just like get in the shower every day, and it was high pressure jets as well. And here it takes a while to get the pressure going and the heat, and it's just such an effort. That's why even twice a week it feels like
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to bathe more than what I do, but just it's not realistic. And why won't that go in? Angle too bloody wide. That's annoying. I think I know what I'll do.
I've got to fix my shower. I'm thinking of getting a new one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
going to be pricey though.
Is it a power shower?
That's why you didn't hear anything, because I was muted all the way through it. I've just done the theme tune and everything, and all you can hear is you two rambling on over the theme tune.
Talking about showers and prison showers.
And bathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Now the spoopy audience know Hobbit only has a bath twice a week.
Even if I don't need it.
Like
yeah.
if you're the first person into a prison shower, the first thing you have to do is go pick up all of the bent up bits of razor cover, push all of the buttons in on all of the showers, and put the little razor bits in to hold the showers on, because otherwise they are freezing cold. So you have to push all the shower buttons, get them all turned on, and you get a lovely hot shower. Because a prison shower only stays on for about 2-3 minutes. But if you've got one of the razor covers, you put that into the slot where the button is, and it keeps it on until you take it out, so you can have.
Are we talking about flat Earth? Or are we talking about prison showers?
Yeah, well, the spooky part of prison showers. What's there about?
Spooky prison showers.
Yeah, and what spirits are contained within the prison showers? It's not the gin. It's not gin, and it's not. It's
Damien
not vodka.
says Hitler never would have been late for a stream. This is why we need Hitler back to make his streams run on time.
Hitler gets the streams going on time. All right, okay.
We're just getting ourselves prepared for when we're 100% jogger country and we have to run on jogger time exclusively.
Yeah, bitches. So get used to it. And if you don't like it, that's racist.
It's entitled Flat Earth, so what questions do you have?
Okay, so there's these things called satellites. I'm sure our audience are familiar with them, but just to remind myself, satellites are things that orbit around a sphere, and they go in orbit, and you can actually track some of these. Some of them are geostationary, so they just stay in the same place. Like the sky satellites, and that's why your sky dish always points at the same spot in the sky. But some of these, they're not parabolic. Sorry, some of these move in the sky. For example, the International Space Station, it goes from one horizon to the other in about 18 minutes. And I don't know what sort of speed would you need to do if you're going from one to the other. I think the Earth is supposed to rotate about 1,000 miles an hour.
Because there's that meme, isn't there? Something going 1 miles an hour, and that's like something, and then like some kids on a thing, and it's like on a roundabout, then it being pushed round, and then it's like going 3,000 miles an hour. It's people sat having a picnic, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, because I was talking a bit about this before the show.
It's 1,000 miles per hour, Hobbit.
1,000 miles. That's the rotational speed at the equator, because the rotational speed. I mean, let's face it. If you're like an inch from the North Pole, then in order for it to complete its circumference, it only has to go around 3.5 inches. I'm rounding it up. So it's got to do 3.5 inches in 24 hours.
That's a thick pole, Hobbit.
3.5 inches. But its diameter. I'm saying if your diameter, so if your radius from the North Pole is like 1/2 inch, then it's got to go 3.5 inches to do a 24-hour period. But if you're at the equator, then you've got to go at 1,000 miles an hour in order to like rotate every 24 hours once around the Earth. So that's a difference in speed. So the thing is, if you've got a satellite that's up in space, say you had a satellite geostationary with the North Pole, then it's got.
So how do you maintain a geostationary? This is one thing I'm kind of. Is it possible? I mean, does a satellite have to expend fuel to get in a geostationary orbit, or can it just like get in a geostationary orbit?
Well, it's got to use fuel to get up to speed, but then once it's geostationary, the idea behind orbital physics is that, you're constantly falling, but you're also constantly going sideways. So you're not going sideways fast enough that you escape the Earth's gravitational pull, but you're not falling in fast enough to actually fall into the Earth. So you find an equilibrium between the two forces, and that's how you can stay in orbit. And there's orbits which go faster than geostationary, like the International Space Station, which will go from one end of the horizon to the other in about 18 minutes. And I saw it. I used the app to say, where is the International Space Station? And then when it was over the horizon, I didn't see anything. But then it got a bit closer in the night sky. I was like, oh yeah, I see a spot there. That's quite bright. And I just watched it. And I was like, oh, that's no star, is it? That's no comet. And it was really...
That's no moon.
Yeah, and it was going really, really fast. And I was like, oh, okay, so this definitely is something. I don't know what that something is, but it's definitely something, and it's definitely there. And I just realised none of this will be able to get it because I don't have warpers in this, so that's all right. Don't mind me. I'm still playing my games and talk about this. So these satellites, they exist, and I thought, okay, so I'm willing to accept flat Earth is real. I'm agnostic on flat Earth, but I'm willing to accept it's real because it seems that for navigational purposes, the rest of the world says it's a flat Earth. When you're going in a straight line, say by air travel, you go in a straight line. You don't do the clever maths needed to turn a straight line into a curved line to follow a curve. You don't do that. There's no curve. All right, so all the navigators say it's that, and then there's plenty of other people say it's a flat Earth. So how do these satellites work? What is it? Because it's definitely there, and then there's other systems which we depend on, like the global positioning system, and the Elon Musk is doing this satellite communication network as well, which is sending satellites. So how do they work? How do they stay? I mean, what are they all weather balloons? Is
They're
that
like magnets. How do they work?
Wow. I mean, this is just going to prove to people that I listen to Paranormies, but maybe Insane Clown Posse were right. Magnets, how the fuck do they work? Does anybody know? No. Yeah. I keep
The Earth is flat. How come bananas are bent? Is it something to do with refraction?
Bananas aren't bent.
Yeah. So just a reminder for people on that are still watching on my channel, this is 14 words, so spooky theme tune and all that stuff, and so this is kind of like BBC Two broadcasting what Radio 4's doing. If everyone gets that reference.
I saw you were streaming.
Yeah, still doing it.
Right. So do you want me to go through some stuff on flatearthfacts.com?
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't realise there was Flat Earth Facts. Is this a branch of Snopes?
Did you see the links that I put in general?
This is proper. This is a proper website. You can tell because it's not one of those, the black background with the green writing. It's not one of those, or purple writing.
I love those.
This is a proper website with pictures and everything. Right then. So how about this one for starters? Airplane pilots don't adjust course for the curve.
Yeah.
If the Earth were truly a sphere, 25,000 miles in circumference, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. What do you think that one then, Hobbit?
Well, yes, except you're going to feature an equilibrium, so you could still be pointing your plane over the horizon, but then the gravitational pull is going to pull you inwards. So eventually what would happen is, if you're going like you're carrying, no, you can't see what my hand's doing, but if you imagine you've got like a football and then you've got a plane and you make the plane follow the same line, eventually it's going to make it look like it's going up and up and up and up, and you're going to have to you're going to have to make it point down, otherwise you're going to stall. So there's probably...
Yeah, this leads me on to a question then, Hobbit. Does gravity actually relate to how fast the planet is spinning? So why do we have higher gravity than the moon? Is it because we spin faster than... it seems to me that gravity related to the speed of spin?
I saw a video the other day that pissed in the face of gravity. I went round to one of my friends' houses and I was watching something that he had on his TV, and it was a video of a football match. And this guy kicked the football proper up in the air, it bounced off the crossbar, and as it was sailing through the air, it fucking bounced in mid-air. Like, you see it just go down and then it goes back up again. I made him put it back in ultra slow motion because I was like, dude, that ball just bounced in mid-air.
Yeah, but those new footballs
slow it down.
Yeah, but those new footballs are fucked up though, aren't they? They're like service station footballs. They're light as fuck.
It hit something, Hemi. It hit something in mid-air. I swear down, it hits something and then bounces back up. I can't explain it.
That's weird. I mean, if you can find the clip, if you know what match that was, I want to see that, because that...
Yeah, I'll get my mate to send me the video.
Please do. I want to see that for myself. That is fascinating.
I was in shock. I made him put it back like 3 or 4 times so I could watch it again and again and again, because I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, weird. So my theory is that with planes, I do know a little bit about flying planes because I played Microsoft Flight Simulator for an hour, and one of the things you got...
What, you could actually play it?
Yeah, I played it. I just I figured out that the smaller planes are a bit easier to fly with because you can rely more on just looking outside of the window as opposed to just flying by instruments, which you have to do with the bigger ones. And what...
I want to get Flight Simulator. That looks like fun.
It is. You use flaps, because one of the things I found in the game was it was really tiring, just like constantly like adjusting my pitch up and down. So by using the flaps, you can just sort of say like you make the plane pitch up ever so slightly, not too much, so that your plane starts pointing upwards and then tilts. But then, and so you're doing, I suppose, a bit like with the orbital stuff where you're going...
Well, even NASA is saying gravity is all about spinning stuff. So I had a look at artificial gravity, and so artificial gravity can be created using a centripetal force.
Yeah.
A centripetal force directed towards the center of the turn. So basically, it's all about spinning stuff, which kind of doesn't really... Does that really...
Why do they call it centripetal forces when all the things which spin stuff around are called a centrifuge, and you got...
They call it centripetal because NASA come up with it.
Yeah, but I remember there was someone like explained to me what the difference between centrifugal and centripetal forces are, and the idea being like...
doesn't a centrifuge push it out, and the centripetal does something else?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
pushes it out.
Centrifugal is the bucket experiment. You know, when you put water in a bucket and spin it around.
Yeah, that's a centrifuge. I mean, I've worked with centrifuges before. You put things in them, usually like a sample of blood, and then you spin up the centrifuge, and then the lighter elements float to the top.
Centripetal force, do you want the definition? Is a force that makes a body follow a curved path. Its direction is always orthogonal.
They have them at the fair.
What does orthogonal mean?
You stand in the middle of it, and you stand against the wall, and it spins around really fast, and you stick to the wall.
Yeah.
They have them at the fairs. They're pretty cool, to be fair. I've been in one.
So
I
in mathematics, I'm gonna sound like Keith Woods now, but in mathematics, orthogonality is the generalization of the notion of perpendicularity to the linear algebra of two bilinear forms. Do you know what that means, Robert?
Well, you just remind me of that bit of Rimmer where he just hacks himself to have loads of IQ.
Yeah.
You remember the bit where he just sort of bamboozles people with the...
Basically, what I just said was a load of really complicated mathematic complications.
Yeah.
That none of
Yeah,
you
don't
can
try and
understand.
confuse me with all your bamboo-sling bullshit. Let's get back to the point of it.
All right, hold on. Isaac
What
Newton.
about
I
the
found an
turkey,
Isaac
dude?
Newton quote. Isaac Newton described it as a force by which bodies are drawn or impelled, or in any way tend towards a point as to a center. Well, that even makes even less sense.
Well, you're dealing with what 17th century English as well, which is a bit different to
None of this makes any sense.
our modern pilots. But I understand with orbital stuff that you're going sideways and you're going down, and if you're going sideways fast enough, you stop from going down. And if you go sideways too fast, you escape and you're no longer going down. If you don't go sideways fast enough, you go down. So that's what you're doing with a plane as well. You're going sideways in a plane, and you've got the forces of lift which go on. And I don't actually want to get into aerodynamics. There's an whole other thing. But the basic idea with
if you're saying that different parts of the globe are spinning at different speeds,
yes.
does that mean like gravity? Shouldn't gravity be like stratorized?
It's different, yeah. And I looked at it, and apparently, I think there's a difference of like 1 or 2 grams between the poles and the equator. The other thing you've got to realise with the equator is that the Earth is not, according to globalists' models, the world is not perfectly spherical, because in the macro scale it does act a bit like a jelly. So when it's spinning, it means that the equator circumference is 48,000 kilometers long, whereas a pole-to-pole circumference is 40,000 kilometers long. And I remember those numbers because I was in one of those jobless centres, and all we could do was we could use the computers for job applications, and we had newspapers, and I got...
And because you're autistic, you hacked it, Hobbit.
Well, I got curious, you see, because I was... I mean, fucking up my words here. I got bored.
Stop, mate, safe.
I got bored, and I was like, what is the length of that king-size Rizzler that my mate's making? And it was 10 centimetres long, so I thought, how many of those would you need? Assuming you just...
Flat Earth Facts is a complete shill website, because they said...
Is it?
So anyway, back to the one I was... Let me just finish this one, then you can finish your point, Hobbit. You probably got your point together by then. So they don't fly off straight into outer space. This is a mistake. It's not proof the Earth is flat. Airline pilots have an altimeter which they use to keep the plane at a fixed altitude, distance from the Earth, and also they aim at the horizon. So if the Earth is a globe and you keep your airplane at a fixed distance from the Earth, then automatically you are correcting your course to remain at a fixed distance from the Earth. In other words, you're going around the curve of the Earth. Also, by aiming at the horizon, that will cause you to constantly follow the curve of the Earth. So airline pilots already have 2 perfectly good systems in place that ensure they will follow the curve of the Earth if it is a globe. And these systems will work equally well to enable them to stay a fixed distance from a flat plane if the Earth is flat. So in the conclusion of this is that airline pilots do adjust for the curve if it exists. So this does not prove or disprove flat Earth or globe Earth.
Yeah, it's one of those things which but the thing
but it's not that, it's the routing, isn't it? It's certain routes, isn't it?
Yeah, so the thing is like you have to keep your forces in equilibrium, and you want to maintain a set altitude, because the reason you go at certain altitudes is due to fuel economy, where if you've got less air resistance, you can go further for the same amount of fuel. So, and you don't want to go too far up, because when you go too far up, then it's no longer economical, because there's not enough oxygen to get into the jet engines.
Yeah.
So you really want to get as high as you can get, and that's what they do. So that's neither here nor there. No, the thing is, the routing of it all done is assuming that the world is flat, and the various armies, US Army, Royal Army, so in terms of navigation, they just treat it all as if it's flat. It's like it's a flat world. Now that would be interesting actually, because the Ordnance Survey, which was the world's first attempt to map the world and provide accurate grid coordinates, that's all done in the grid system. And the game I'm playing at the moment, Dyson Sphere, is showing that when you apply a grid, as you get further and further up towards the polar region, the grid gets compressed. So that would be an interesting thing. Like somebody who like understands the ordnance grid maps, ordnance survey grid maps. You know, are they just this? Because I've got an ordnance survey map, but it's for where I live, and it's not particularly polar, and it's not, you know, at the tropics. So it's all just like perfectly square grids.
Here's the other thing: if you're on a globe, I can't remember what's the drop. Is it? Oh fuck! Is it like a foot every 3 miles or something? I can't remember what the curvature of the Earth is. The drop.
Oh, so like.
So you should be.
What's the maximum distance you can see the horizon now at a given height?
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, yeah, that's a good question. But there have been experiments conducted where, okay, so let's say like for every mile there's a curve of 1 inch. So if you could see like 10 miles out, then it's curved down 10 inches. So if you've got, say, like a lake or something, that should be a perfectly flat surface, right? It's a lake. It's not rock. It's not things which are bumpy. It's a lake. So let's say you've got a lake which is more than 10 miles long. Well, if you shine a laser beam and you know, then you have an observer that's 15 miles out, and they should go, oh yes, your laser beam, which you got calibrated to be, say. Let's say 100 inches above sea level, or above this lake's level. Well, we've now measured it's now 115 inches above sea level, or the lake's level. And you can go...
Right, so here you go then, Hobbit. So the Earth should, according to Earth curvature, if you're looking at 100 miles, there should be, so that means, so that's 1.26 miles down. Like a 1 in 100. So does that mean like you should be able to look down, like the further away you see something, the more down it should appear? Yet the horizon always seems like it's above you, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah. Or at least not above you, but it always seems level, doesn't it? You know, you never look down on the horizon, do you?
Okay, this sounds like what I'm looking for. I'm going to post the link into. Is there like a what can I'll put it in general just for the moment, and I'm reading out. Yeah. So this is an experiment done with a laser to measure the curvature of the Earth. There's been much debate about whether the globe curvature is measurable. If the Earth is a globe or the size of a tile, it must curve downward from the observed rate of 6 feet in 3 miles and 24 feet in 6 miles. Many tests indicate that 3 miles, the required 6 feet of curvature is not observed. Counterclaims that the distance too small, that is refraction, which produces the still visible portion of the object, must be overcome to establish the facts. To counter these arguments, FE Core will continuously perform a series of TLT, terrestrial laser targeting experiments in multiple locations, which is definitive beyond any reasonable doubt. In the process, we will collect presently unknown facts about the nature of refraction near Earth's surface. This data can be applied to near-surface line-of-sight observation in the future. So terrestrial laser targeting's measurements. The geoid is defined as more smooth representation of the Earth and is described as the surface would be assumed to be undisturbed surface of the sea. Therefore, water surface is following the geopotential surface, and by that we have the common understanding that water surface follow the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, that makes sense. You should see in large bodies of water, it should start like curving.
Yeah.
Topographic surface is measured with different surveying methods, and all based on the assumption of the.
But don't the globe cucks say something? That point, it's the Earth like curves up in between. You don't look down on it. I can't remember what the globe cucks say.
I don't know, but I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to deal with like the one assumption here, like there should be a measurable curvature, shouldn't they? So So they carry on saying the objective of the research. I just want to see if they got any measurements. Oh, here we go. Lake Balafon.
Well, apparently the experiment that proves curvature of the Earth is like, because my autistic mate told me about it. It's something to do with you measure shadows on a church or something.
How many autistics do you know? I thought it was the only one.
Only one other really bad one.
Oh, okay. Hey, what are you trying to say? So Lake Balaton in Hungary, and this was in 2018. After many months of planning and preparation, FECOR has conducted successful curvature and light refraction experiments at Lake Balaton in February 21st, 2018. And then it goes on. FECOR's goal was to sight the laser up to 66 kilometers, 41 miles, but the adverse weather caused...
Top Cat says Brutus is a flat earther. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, but he says, well, it says so in the Bhagavad Gita or whatever his Hindu faith is. But, you know, our ancestors believed the world was flat, and it says so in the Bible as well, so just because Brutus believes in something doesn't mean... I mean, for example, Brutus also...
Would you believe the word of an Italian hobbit? Galileo. Galileo.
Oh, yeah, the
Galileo
globalist stuff. So anyway, but the adverse weather caused significant visibility issue and equipment problems. The team was forced to warm its custom-built collimated laser to get into optimal operating range. The first day, the laser crystal was fractured because of the heat required to warm the device, but FECOR team pressed on a laser with more power but without proper collimation. The FECOR experiments were conducted to study how light refraction is affected by...
It sounds like you say fecal, I bet.
The FECOR...
No, it's not your fault. It's the name. It's the name of the experiment. Why did they have to call it something that sounded like fecal?
Well, yeah, they're probably foreign, innit?
Yeah.
So the FECOR experiments were conducted to study how light refraction is affected by measurable and observable weather conditions, such as temperature and humidity. During a 2-day window of clearer weather, the team accomplished the Hungarian record using a handheld blue laser. The Hungarian records official associated with Guinness certified and FECOR. Well, that doesn't make any sense because you can't
certified and fecal.
Well, I mean, if your organisation begins with a consonant, it's not an, it's a FECOR laser test at 7.7 kilometers from a laser height of 1.5 meters.
It still sounds like you're saying fecal, Hobbit.
All right, I'm just going to refer to it as the laser people from now on.
Just call it poo.
The laser people tests provided evidence that the water surface on the lake is flat because at 12 kilometers distance with a laser height of 2.2 meters, the laser beam should have been hidden by the Earth's curvature. Instead, it was observed and recorded at a 1.5 meter height. So their laser...
So were they saying the curvature of the Earth should have stopped the laser? Is that what they're saying? So you've got 2 points, and then the Earth's like a hump in between. Is that what they're saying?
There's a graph. Look at the graph. If you go on the graph on the website...
don't make me do the graph. Where's the graph?
There's a graph on the website. I'm going to copy the image location, and I'm going to put it right into the general. So here we go. Here's a graph.
Oh, fecal. Yeah, that does sound like fecal.
I'm going to refer to them as the laser people from now on. And they show if there was if they show on this that the laser should have been hidden. However, when they observed the laser beam, it was still 1.5 meters above the ground. So they started at 1.5 meters. It ended up at 1.5 meters.
Yeah.
So the
So what are the globe? What are the globe cucks actually doing the well actually bit? Then?
I don't know what the globe cucks would say about that. I mean, so we understand that laser beams travel in a straight line. So
freaking laser beams.
So I mean, is there like how would a globe cup explain that? Oh, well, actually, you see, reflection and this other bullshit which I've just made up is why the laser beam appears straight to you, but it's curved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that experiment there has proven that over that distance, there is no curvature.
Globe Cuck speeded BTFO'd.
Yeah, so there you go. The world's flat. Thank you very much for tuning in to 4TM Words, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, I'm satisfied now. Yeah. But, hang on. The thing is, it's like...
Doesn't the swamp gas bend it?
The swamp gas over Venus. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The swamp gas. I mean,
didn't actually see. They didn't actually see it. They didn't actually see a laser. It was actually Venus that they saw.
Yeah, that's
the other end.
I mean, for people that are new to the show, because I mean, how many episodes are we? We're at episode 77.
Yeah.
If you've not been there right at the start, the usual like explanation for one of these paranormal events is swamp gas, Venus, weather balloons. So we've come up with the amalgamation of this is swamp gas over Venus observed with weather balloons is why you saw Bigfoot.
Yeah.
It's always swamp gas over Venus.
Swamp gas over
Yeah.
Venus.
But if you can't explain it, it's swamp gas over Venus.
Ball lightning is swamp gas over Venus.
Ball lightning,
Yeah.
Swamp gas over Venus with ball lightning.
Ball
and
lightning.
the balloon.
Yeah, chance
Did
of
we mention weather balloons?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, actually, and I'm glad you're going on to the fact of weather balloons, because I'm starting to wonder, like, right, so if the Earth is flat, and then people say we exist in a dome because that's what it says in the Bible, then you can't escape out of the Bible. I mean, so this is a bit, I'm sorry.
You can't escape from the Bible. What is it, like the never-ending storybook?
Yeah, you can't escape from the Bible. Our entire world's built on the Bible, and other people try and use common era, and no, mate, it's Anno Domini. We're in the year of our Lord, 2021. And you might call it common era all you like, but that common era is established from Christian law and Christian faith and Christian theology and Christian everything else.
Is that fecal experiment done, is it?
Well, they do other experiments in other parts of the world, but every time they go over a flat body, a lake or some such, there's no observable dip in the laser beam, which should really happen if this was true. Which I don't think
Isn't that the steam, the water vapor coming off the lake that bends the laser?
Yeah, but Hemi, if there's curvature, right, then like, what's the water vapor doing? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And
what? Okay.
If you shine a laser beam into a steamy room or something, you just see a line. You don't see like, oh yeah, if you put the steam in a certain area, it makes it all just bend. You can't. The only way I know of bending a laser beam is with fiber optics or mirrors.
Yeah.
And there, what you're doing is you're refracting it. You're not bending it. But like if you've got a laser in a fiber optic, it looks bent because you can refract it infinity times.
Is that a freaking laser beam?
So this is my question is like, okay, I am willing to accept flat Earth exists because the experiments to prove curvature of the Earth aren't possible. And also based on my own observations, like when I've been out in planes, I should be like, okay, there's 6 foot, every 6 miles there's a 3 foot drop. And then I've spoken with pilots before, and it's like, how much am I seeing the horizon? It's like, oh, you're seeing hundreds of miles. It's like, so there should be an observable curvature, right? It's like, yes. And I don't see it. So I'm wondering, like, what are satellites then? Because these satellites, I've observed them, they do exist. And in the case of the International Space Station, which some people say doesn't exist and it's not there, it's like, okay, so maybe the International Space Station is like a mock-up in a studio somewhere. I don't know how they're doing the floating around stuff. That's pretty cool. But how is it floating up in under the dome if it's no, how is it going so fast under the dome? What's powering it? Because it can't be doing it via orbiting because there's no sphere to orbit around, which means gravity must work in a different way to how we're told. Because if you think about it, like, I mean, they say, oh, the Earth has got this much mass because it's this size, and it's mostly comprised of nickel and iron and nickel has got this sort of weight, and therefore this sort of mass gives this much gravity. But it just... Right, but then with a flat Earth, then it works different, and so, I mean, you could even sort of go so far as to say, like, oh, well, angels are holding everyone and everything in place, and even all the grains of sand and dust and all that. I mean, that's like a medieval way of explaining it, but there's something out there which is called gravity, but it doesn't work the way that we're told it works, which means we can't really do the proper experiments into gravity because we don't know what gravity is. And
yeah, isn't there actually in some sectors of science there is actually a debate over whether gravity or what gravity is or what it's doing.
Well, the thing is, the way we're told gravity works is that you've got a body. Every sort of like body of matter has its own gravity, and when something is sufficiently massive, like the Earth, it pulls things down to it, and that pull which we observe is gravity. But
but they also say it's something to do with spinning, don't they?
Well, yeah, but the spinning is like it's a centripetal force, as they're calling it now. So if the Earth was spinning fast enough, we'd be flung off of it. And yeah, I do like those fairground rides, like the rotor, where you're pushed into the wall, and yeah, that's good fun. That is. But then I'm wondering, it's like, well, if the world is like flat as they say it is, and it's a disc, and I don't know what's underneath it, or if it's hollow. I don't know what the shape and structure of it is. Well, I don't know how gravity would function in this, and that gets me curious. And I am curious about satellites because we can observe them. The International Space Station will go from horizon to horizon in 18 minutes, which is, in fact, let me just have a look now, see if I can find it. What is the speed of the ISS, question mark? International Space Station speed. The International Space Station, no, I don't want to know about enthusiast and how great it is. I just want, is there a whole article about this? Why can't it just say the speed of the International Space Station is this?
They've got something to hide.
The International travels fast enough to orbit Earth every 90 minutes at an approximate altitude of 400 kilometers up, traveling at 28,000 kilometers an hour. So it travels at 28,000 kilometers an hour. Okay. Well, I assume rockets can get to that speed if they do a slingshot around the Earth, except if the Earth is flat, then you can't slingshot around it. So, can you... Because the fastest object I know that is jet-powered was like the SR-7 Blackbird. Let me see, what is the speed of the SR-7 Blackbird? SR-7 Blackbird speed. Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird. Mach 3 plus. So what was the top speed? Come on, let's see if I can find it. Fuel, sensors, life support, records, that'll be it. The SR-71 is the world's fastest and highest flying air-breathing operational manned aircraft throughout its career. On the 28th of July 1976, SR-71 broke the world record, an absolute altitude record of 85,069 feet. Several aircraft had exceeded this altitude in zoom climbs, but not sustained flight. The same SR-71, which has a serial number of 61-7956, absolute speed record of 1,905.81 knots, which is 2,193 miles an hour, or 3,529 kilometers an hour, which is approximately Mach 3.3. Okay, so that's the fastest speed you can get with a jet engine, is Mach 3. So one is the speed of the so I got 28,000 kilometers per hour in Mach. Let's see if I can get that. Measurement, convert to about Mach speed. So 28,000 kilometers an hour is Mach 26. Mach 26.
She's no. Well, so according to Wikipedia, 25 is the highest Mach you can do, and that's a re-entry speed.
Why can't you go faster than 25 Mach 25? I mean, surely there's like
That's the hot.
there's meteorites which go faster than Mach 25.
So what they say, the regimes are subsonic, transonic, supersonic, hypersonic, high hypersonic, and then re-entry speed. They call it.
I don't know about that, but so 28,000 kilometers an hour, if that was Mach, would be Mach 26. So that's the speed it's going. So I don't know if there's an app. This is the thing about the dome.
The fastest fastest aircraft is actually the NASA X-43, which travels between 10 and 20 Mach 10 and Mach 25.
Well, it makes sense that that they've made faster aircraft since the SR-71.
Yeah.
But it was known as like the longest going thing. Rear entry speed. Well, this is the thing, John Turley. You see, do you believe manned rockets have ever reached outer space? I'm not so sure now, because if the world is flat, and the Bible talks about the world being flat, then one of the other things that is notable in that would be that, oh yeah, well, there's a firmament above it which separates the waters above from the waters below. So they're describing the heavenly realm as having waters, and there's a physical barrier which separates the waters above from the waters below. Now, at some point we might have to do another Antarctica episode, because the Paranormies did one, and a chap came through and talked. He was a helicopter mechanic at McMurdo Air Base, and he was talking about that. What they're mostly the scientists are doing there is they're studying ice core samples, but they're not studying water ice samples. They're studying something they call sky ice, and they're saying that as you get hundreds of miles inland to Antarctica, you approach the wall. The wall being the base of the dome, which is the firmament above. And they're saying that the material this dome's made of is this cold material called sky ice. And it sounds like sky ice is a blue material, quite light to handle, very cold, and unlike say ice which melts into water, it sublimates into gas. So I don't know if that's carbon dioxide, if it's nitrogen. Well, nitrogen, it forms a liquid when cold, so it's not that. So it's some sort of material which is unknown, and unfortunately, because of its origin, isn't going to become one of those things discussed in popular science, like graphene or...
Bill Nye won't be talking about it, will he?
Yeah, and you were not going to get Black Science Man talking about the sky ice which is covering the dome, because it's that... I think it's like, he's a theoretical astrophysicist, and it's like, oh yeah, well the university was asking for someone that was like a theoretical astrophysicist, and I said, well I've got a theoretical degree in astrophysics. And they said, welcome aboard. Well, okay.
Was that a science joke?
I have a theoretical degree in astrophysics.
Yeah.
You know, like I've got the same degree that Bill Gates has in virology. Actually, if anything, yeah. I did study microbiology, but virology is a different subject, so I would say I'm actually more qualified than Bill Gates when it comes to microbiology, at least. But no,
the more credentialed of it.
I am literally more credentialed than Bill Gates, who doesn't have any degrees.
Bill Gates, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't like that man.
Nerd,
much.
Get back in the locker.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like, so there's this material, a physical material which can be handled, but when it warms up, it just evaporates into nothing. Dry ice sublimates into nothing.
Finish John Kelly is taking your thing and following.
Run
Hate
with
speech
it.
has its solid bullshit. All right, hate speech. I haven't seen you in a while. Punish John Kelly says, if there's water above firmament, do you think the planets are actually buoys so firmament sailors can find their way to meteors and meteors are massive fish?
Well, I mean, one of the things which, like, okay, so if there's a firmament above and then we get meteorites fall to Earth, what are stars, what are meteorites, and what are the waters above, and what are we floating on? And I don't understand gravity. I don't think anybody does, and I don't think it will help for any like understanding of gravity to say that, oh, what actually you see, what gravity, we're on the globe, so you have to assume that because it's such a massive object, that is what is exerting a gravitational pull. It's like, not really.
Well, I think I'm at the stage. I suppose it sounds kind of cookie, but I'm at the stage where I'm kind of open to flat Earth. I've probably got a fair. I think we're on a flat Earth, but as for what's around the flat Earth, I've got absolutely no idea.
Well, yeah, because again,
you know, whether we're in a dish, whether we're on a massive planet with ice walls, I don't know. I just don't know.
Oh, that's very funny. 40 and Travel said, at the entrance to Bill Gates' driveway are Bill's gates. And Hate Speech is saying, look up the Mighty Boosh Future Sailors. So
that's a no. That's a no. Not looking at anything with that Jimmy Savile's Apprentice in it.
I did watch some of the episodes of the Mighty Boosh. It was a surreal show to say for sure.
Did you just breathe a sort of sigh of relief whenever there were no children on it?
Yeah. It sort of looked like the show that it was going to be a children's show, but it's a bit too wrong to be a children's show.
But it's got Noel Fielding in it, and the court order says he's not allowed near children.
Yeah, especially when they're doing a Cockney knees up song about eels wriggling up inside you.
Yeah.
He's
filthy.
He is filthy.
The future Louis Theroux is going to be doing a documentary on Noel Fielding.
Louis Theroux needs like some children, because wasn't Louis Theroux the son of an investigative journalist, Mr. Theroux Senior?
John Turley says, I think the planets are the cells of God, stars are his white blood cells, and we're a virus trying to kill one of his cells. If we reach and colonise other planets, will there then be a cancer?
Yeah, but like, you know, that's the I fucking love science take on it. It's like, oh, look at this, we're cancer, we should all be killed off. Yeah, isn't science great? That's just Satanism talking, mate. God says in Genesis, you are the stewards of this earth. You have custodianship over it. You must look after my creation. You are the ones.
Oh, the fact is that they can't really admit who is fucking the world up, so they have to blame us, don't they? It's our fault for not stopping them.
Yeah. But yeah, so I have questions. Unfortunately, I've got more questions than I've got answers. I'm thinking there's some sort of like, hey, you know what? You remember we did last episode was about...
hate speech. How about this one then, Hobbit? Flat Earth surrounded by globes you can see with your own eyes.
Flat Earth surrounded by globes.
Can you see that the moon is round, Hobbit? Can you visually see that it's round?
I mean, I can see that it's a disc, but it's always...
Yeah, I can see that it's circular.
It's always presenting...
I can't see that it's round.
It's always presenting the same part to me. It's so... you know, if it was like showing like if it was rotating and not tidally locked to the earth like they say it is, I'm starting to think that, I mean, there's loads of stuff like, for example, to me, the fact that we have a total eclipse. The total eclipse happens because the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but it's like 400 times away, so that's why. And it's like, okay, you can say that. I mean, I think it's interesting because the sun, it's a bit difficult to look at the sun, so I can't really say whether it gets bigger or smaller in the sky. But with the moon, you can see it's bigger and smaller, yet when it comes to a total eclipse, they're both exactly the same size, And that was one of the first things that made me realise that we live in the creation of God, because you got his signatures over it all over the place. If you just got to look for them, you just got to look for it. Have a look.
He was particularly proud of Norway, wasn't he?
Norway? Why is
That's from what is it? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Slarty Bardfast won an award for Norway, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he's the one that created the world. Yeah. Slarty Bartfast sounds like some sort of Irish name.
Yeah.
Slarty or Butterfast?
Hate speech says buy a fucking telescope for fuck's sake.
Well, I've got a telescope.
Yeah, we'll see the moon lander, except you can't because reasons.
But the thing is, I mean, like, you can look at the moon and you can see that what you're looking at there is it's a disc. It's not presenting a different part to it.
Oh, then hate speech, Mr. Clever Man. Why is it we don't have Google Maps on the fucking moon? Checkmate.
Bigots.
Globecuck.
Yeah.
Checkmate, Globecuck.
So, again, just to sort of remind the people, because it is causing a bit of anger and derision now. If the Earth is a globe, there should be an observable curvature.
Well, Hobbit, just remember the government's lying to us about immigration and everything else, but it's absolutely telling the truth about the fact the Earth's round.
But that's not the government. That's Black Scienceman and Professor Brian Cox, and they're not part of the government, are they? No,
not at all.
They got to those positions by their own merit and hard graft. So that's BTF.
Oh, here we go, Hobbit. The moon's really big, and that's why we can't see the lunar lander.
Or it could just be because it's not. I mean, I seen a photograph, because I tried to find photographs saying like, oh yeah, this is, but I'm looking at it, I'm just like,
I found pages and pages and pages of cope as to why we've never seen a picture of the lunar lander. You can find piles of pages of cope.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, I mean, we did this in a previous episode. I'm not sure what we were talking about, but I
don't think it was. I think it was just like a general VC we were talking about.
No, we did actually do it as a 14 times, and I said, okay, here's the Ching Chongers saying that they've got because they've got a probe which was orbiting the moon to observe it. And it's like, here's where the Apollo missions landed.
Actually, Hobbit, I don't think Galileo worked for the UK government.
All right, okay. I just feel these are real non sequiturs now, and I'm getting annoyed with them. So.
Actually, Galileo told me the world's flat, Hobbit, so it must be true.
Sources, trust me, I met this guy in a pub.
Yeah. So and the Romans used to think that asbestos was a fucking was a magic fucking material.
Well, they're right. Asbestos is a magic material. It's just one that causes mesothelioma, which is also magic.
Yeah.
Just a minute. I'm down to the last few embers. I got to top up. But so here's the thing. I mean, to all these people going, well, actually, I don't know what the celestial objects are. I'm talking about the Earth. I mean, I've seen the pictures just as you have, and I find the pictures of Saturn and Jupiter and Venus, all that, very interesting. I certainly do. But all I'm saying is that our Earth is flat, and the laser people, which sound like Fecor, the laser people, they've gone and done these experiments. They should have been able to observe a point where it's like, okay, the laser beam can no longer go above this because we're on the lake body here.
Have you seen many flat earther videos, like the flat earther truther type people? They all say, I started off just to prove all these people were fucking idiots, and then they end up coming across to the flat earth side.
Well, you see, the problem is when you go out to prove that flat earthers are idiots, a lot of them are. I mean, like for a long time, I saw a video that the video was going to the edge of the atmosphere in a MiG-28 or 27, whatever it was, and he got to a higher and higher point, and eventually you could see like the curvature of the Earth. And I thought, oh, okay, it's a curve. All right, I'm satisfied. But then people were saying it's a fisheye lens, and I don't understand much about cameras and photography and all that. The only thing I really understand about cameras and photography is why is it Carl Zeiss, world famous lens manufacturers, commissioned to make lenses to go up to the moon? Why do they not have on their website and the company profile anywhere? It's like, our lenses went to the moon. They talk about their other accomplishments, like, oh, our lenses were used in Stanley Kubrick's film Barry Lyndon. So, you know, there's a scene there. My dad, to this day, well, actually, he talked with his photographer expert friend who, and he says, oh, yes, I've used the Barry Lyndon lenses in this photography. Yes, they are actually that good with contrast. So all it was the scene where he's lit by 3 candles and he's writing a letter. And my dad's seen Barry Lyndon films where it's like, oh, there's no way a camera would be able to pick up that much
Hobbit, hold on, you've been absolutely BTFO'd, no coming back.
Yeah.
So he said, because they're better than NASA.
Who's better than NASA?
All the flat earther videos on YouTube.
They're made by NASA, are they?
No, they said that because they're better than NASA, that's how they prove that the Earth's flat. It's just basic science, Hobbit. It's just basic science.
Because
you can't even do basic science, Hobbit, you dribbling fucking moron.
So
is this Brutus?
The flat earthers are better at science than NASA, and that is why.
Well, I think he was being. I think he's implying that NASA are more trustworthy than the
flat Galileo, because they were also idiots, useful idiots. My granddad nicked loads of asbestos smoke in the 50s. He lined the back kitchen with it. He died of pneumonia, probably brought on by cancer. Don't know if you mentioned it already, but Nathan Oakley, 1980, is a very good charm Flat Earth. Because they are better than NASA, it's no big deal. Going to have to rewind first half again. Caught up in the phone call, so I'm lost now. Just basic science. Carl Z, not Flat Earthers. Carl Zeiss. Carl Zeiss, yeah, Carl Zeiss. Carl Zeiss, the lens manufacturers that are in the Barry Lyndon films and also gone to the moon. So they'll talk about, oh yeah, we got great camera, you know, but they don't mention anywhere on their website about their lenses going to the moon. And why are we even talking about it? All I wanted to talk about was just like, right, I'm willing to accept that we're on the flat Earth and there's a dome above us and there's this magical material called sky ice, which
I'm willing to accept it could be either way. I'm not really saying either way, but you know.
Well, the thing is, I'm an agnostic until I've done this episode, and now I'm like, okay, that curvature disproves that the Earth's curved. But
yeah, see, Punk knows. Who filmed the first moonwalk? There was someone outside when Thingy come down the steps, weren't they?
Yeah, and who did they leave on the moon when they took off and they did that scene of it going off? Who filmed that then?
Well, they left loads of shit on the moon, which just nobody, you know, because you know reasons nobody can see.
Yes, but
I mean, there are websites devoted to why you can't see all this shit on the moon that NASA left there.
Yeah. Hang on. What am I listening to now? Why can't I hear myself back? What am I listening to now? Oh, that's sorry. I've just unmuted the YouTube. That's why I could hear myself.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have questions. And you see, one of my questions, and this pertains to like the earlier episode I did about
This is it. We're not saying we've got answers. We're saying Hobbit's got questions. That's what the episode's called.
Yeah, my questions about the flat Earth, and if it is a flat Earth, then what are these satellites actually, and how is the International Space Station doing 28,000 kilometers an hour? Without there being a great trail of fire behind it, because according to conventional wisdom, the only technology we've got that can make something go so fast is a rocket with a great plume of fire behind it, and we haven't got that. We don't see that with the International Space Station. So what is it that's keeping it?
Oh, here's a question for you then, Hobbit. This is kind of related to this point. So one of the points on this, since the North Pole and Antarctica are covered in ice and guarded no-fly zones, no ships or planes have ever known to circumnavigate the Earth in north-south directions. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north or southbound, which is very likely the reason for heavily enforced flight restrictions, the fact that there is yet to be a single verified north-south circumnavigation of Earth serves as standing proof the world is not a ball. So, right, okay, so you can't fly over the poles. Why isn't there some sort of like diagonal north-south kind of circumnavigation? Because that'd be easy enough.
Yeah, but the other thing,
just to the side of the poles.
But the other thing, like the North Pole's not always covered in ice. Like, for in the summer, it melts and it disappears, and it would be possible to take a boat from Russia and then go to Canada, and you can come back again. So it would be possible to have shipping go between those two, but they never do. And that I find curious in itself. And the thing is, like, oh, it's cold, so what? I mean, the ships are heated, and it's no more adverse than some of the other conditions that ships go through. I mean, there's very cold passages, but it just, like, I have questions. I want to know what the satellites are, and to make this go back to a previous episode we've done. Wasn't it Bird that flew across the Antarctic? So going back, he had to turn back or something. So going back to that Admiral Byrd, and he did his Antarctic expeditions, and there were 2 of them. And yeah, we can talk about it another time. Going back to John Hutchinson, which we did in last week's episode, and I didn't really cover enough. It was more just a thing of, like, electronics are spooky, aren't they? Oh, by the way, did you know John Hutchinson did some interesting experiments with electronics and did anti-gravity? So I'm wondering if, like, these satellites, the way they're suspended there, because it would be possible to observe if there was great big balloons on them, and they don't have great big balloons. So then, like, I'm just saying that they use anti-gravity devices. That's what's holding these satellites aloft. That's what keeps them from falling down. So that all I can say is, like, if they're not falling down and they're being suspended up there, then or maybe it's just that once you get high enough, there is no gravity. So, like, gravity, like, actually, like, ramps off, and I don't know how that works because I can't do experiments on it, and the people that do experiments, you never get a straight answer from them. So it's very difficult to say that, yes, well, we've got this and that proves that. It's just, I get more and more questions, and the thing is, I think it's very good to have that graph up there, because that graph showing, you know, a curved lake for 12 kilometers. You got a line that there, it just there should be a curve, but there wasn't. So those laser people actually got it done.
How about this one? This seems like a fairly normie site. It's called "Do Flight Paths Go Over Antarctica? Truth Revealed." Did you want to do this, or do you want to save it for an Antarctica episode?
Well, I've got about as far as I can with flat Earth. I don't really know more to say about.
Well, let's do this then. Yeah. Antarctica and the North Pole are at polar opposites of the Earth, but with a few things in common. They're both inhospitable, freezing cold places with a lot of conspiracy surrounding them, from flat Earth theory to alien crashes.
Citation heavily needed.
But what is the truth about Antarctica and North Pole flights? Do flight paths fly over Antarctica or the North? Here is the quick answer. There is no scheduled commercial flight route which flies over Antarctica's polar routes. Flights from New Zealand to South Africa could fly over the Antarctica route. But currently, no airline has formed regular scheduled flights over this route. However, there are a few flights which fly over the North Pole regularly. Routes from East Coast and Midwest to Southeast Asia and China typically fly this route for the time and fuel savings. For example, New York to Hong Kong, Shanghai to Seoul now fly this route over the North Pole, or Santa's Shortcut. I don't know why they called it Santa's Shortcut.
Because that's where...
why do airlines not fly over Antarctica? No fly zone in Antarctica. The technical answer is varied. One theory is that historically, when planes used a compass as their primary navigation source and approached one of the magnetic poles, the compass would go wild and unpredictable. We've all seen the movies where the compass starts to spin. Such unpredictability of compass would make it very difficult to maintain the correct flight route to your destination.
But
so why would that happen at the South Pole, Hobbit?
I mean, like, no. the magnets are attracted to the North Pole, but the North Pole is like split. It's split into 3 magnetic norths, and because it's so unreliable, the magnetic north, they just use the global positioning system instead to do it. Which again are these satellites which exist up there in space, and they're floating there, and I don't know how they're floating up there, and I don't know if they are in space or if they're underneath the dome, and if there's like a period of the dome where there's no atmosphere. But I don't know, I do not know, and I have questions.
So it says a similar theory is present for the infamous Bermuda Triangle, where many planes were lost. Today, with the global positioning system, GPS, in theory, should be no major effects, as GPS uses satellites to navigate. So what other reasons are there which planes don't fly over the polar routes? What is the inhospitable and unpredictable nature of the area, and of course the freezing temperatures? According to NIWA...
Oh, that's bullshit. No, I'm just going to stop you right there, Hemi. When you're in the plane, doesn't matter if you're flying over like the Sahara Desert, the hottest place in the world, when you're at 38,000 feet, wherever it is that commercial flights take, you're at minus 50 degrees. That's colder than anywhere in Antarctica or the North Pole. And they
do address that in a second.
It's cold.
According to NIWA, the coldest temperature...
It's not cold over the bloody Antarctica, over the North Pole, is it?
Yeah.
No, I call bullshit on all of this.
Well, they address this in a bit anyway. According to NIWA, the coldest temperature ever recorded in Antarctica was minus 89.6 at Vostok Station in 1983, with an average winter temperature of around minus 49 C. There's this bit of bullshit here, which your freezer at home is like the Caribbean in comparison at approximately minus 15.
Well, how many double-decker buses is that?
Yeah, how many Olympic swimming pools is that? Adding the wind chill factor to the mix can make it even feel even colder. Why are there no planned polar flight routes? Apart from the historic navigation issues due to the magnetic poles, there is also the deadly temperatures and inhospitable climate. The FAA released guidance for planned polar operations. This includes being equipped with 2 cold weather suits, special communication capability, designation of Arctic diversion airports, a firm recovery plans for stranded passengers. Oh fucking hell! Who wrote this? Another vitally important preparation is a fuel freeze strategy and monitoring method. Jet fuel freezing on Antarctica flights. Flights over Antarctica can be treacherous for many reasons.
No, Hemi, stop. That's bullshit. I mean, if all of that was true, then they'll be like, oh, we can't do flights above 10,000
Hold on, Hobbit, I'm nearly there. Oh. Flights over Antarctica can be treacherous for many reasons. The major one is the jet fuel can actually freeze. According to the FAA, jet fuel freezes at temperatures ranging between minus 40 and minus 50 C. That's minus 40 to 58 F. The interesting part is that these temperatures are regularly encountered while at cruise altitude during standard international flights.
Yeah. So when I'm going to like Gran Canaria or something and it's telling me the outside temperature is minus 50 degrees, how's it still going then?
So this causes no issue as the fuel retains heat from the takeoff and lower of elevations. However, a polar route flight where intense cold for a long duration is experienced may cause fuel temperatures to freeze. Freezing point of various jet fuels ranges depending upon type.
They're lying. They're absolutely lying. The fuckers are lying. This is all lies. It's bullshit. The reason they don't fly over the Antarctica is because you can't, because it's a wall, because it's a flat Earth. I was an agnostic, but no, I've done the thing and I've looked at the laser experiments. You know what? The Earth is flat. They're lying to us, and the reason they're lying to us is because they're Satanists, and they're trying to say it's not like it's in the Bible.
Chat hate speech must be going out of his tiny mind right now.
Why the fuck would you fly over the Antarctic? The southern hemisphere is almost empty of landmass. Alright, so what's the best way to fly from, say, South Africa to South America then? Or from New Zealand to South America? What about those routes?
How do penguins get over the ice wall?
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it... Hang on.
Why the fuck would you fly over the Arctic. The southern hemisphere is in an almost empty land of the southern hemisphere in almost empty of landmass.
How would you get from New Zealand to South America or South Africa?
What else we got on this one?
I do like having the chat here. It's just make things.
I found one about that goes on to tell you about flight disasters in Antarctica. Hobbit.
John Kelly says, explain Greenland and Iceland getting 24 hours of sun in June, 24 hours of darkness in September. Tilt of the planet. Now, I quite like the animations I've seen that show the sun and the moon following one another, and showing like symbolise that looks like the yin yang symbol, so it follows one and the other. Now, I could quite happily accept in a flat Earth. Then what you've got is
how long a day is at the Antarctic, Hobbit? Do you know that?
Well, they say you've got like perpetual darkness and perpetual light based on what the season is. But again, like,
Topcat says British explorers mapped out the globe to support flat Earth is to deny their achievements.
Yeah, but I mean, what fraternal organisation were these British explorers in? It's like I said, I've got questions. I want to know how satellite.
Why does the UN use the flat Earth map?
Well, like I said, I have questions, and my main question about this is like, if the Earth is flat, I'm willing to entertain the notion that it is. Then how do satellites work? How do magnets work? To quote Insane Clown Posse.
Yeah, which we do regularly.
Yeah,
we invoke the clown. Well, one actually, you said you were finished with flat Earth. You haven't mentioned the most important part of all, the spiritual argument for flat Earth.
Oh, I briefly mentioned on the fact that Satanists promote globalism, and
the thing is that what I don't use a flat Earth map. There's no flat Earth map. We'll take a look at. There's no flat Earth map.
Well, Hemi, why don't we put the UN map up so you can the chat can
we've got a globalish. How many former pilots are flat earthers? I think there are more and more, aren't there, Hobbit?
I mean, it doesn't matter because it's like architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. It's just you can do the appeal to authority, but it won't work for people. Oh, here we go. It is the UN map, so I'll put it
I'm just finding it now.
Oh, okay. I found one there, which I think will be a good illustration. So this will be the second image of tonight, and I mean, like I said, I've got questions, and I think to myself that if I was going to hold,
you should never be afraid to ask questions.
I've just figured out of a way of explaining how these satellites stay in geostationary orbit without anti-gravity being the excuse. So what they do is they get really close up to the wall of the dome, and then they put like a hook on it. So they like launch a hook into it, drill it in, and once it's clamped into place, they just like held on the chain. So that's how that would work if you're going to do that sort of thing. So
is
there's the map of the United Nations.
Yes.
The other thing is as well is, doesn't it seem strange to you that despite all the disagreements people have in the world, nobody disagrees about the Antarctica expeditions and things like that? Like, the control of Antarctica always remains the same.
Even Gaddafi wanted to get on that, did he?
Did he? What?
Not even Gaddafi.
Yeah, not even Gaddafi was going to like challenge the Antarctica expedition thing. It seems to be that no matter what happens, the most sacrosanct thing in this entire world is Antarctica. You can't explore it, you can't exploit it, you can't have commercial flights, you can't have Admiral Byrd doing his thing anymore. And
that's what I call the flat Earth map. So now I'll show you a traditional world map. Just see what you think, basically. That's the traditional world map.
Political world map. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
It's yeah. I'm going to look again at the UM map. Yeah, because the Pacific Ocean looks very different in that sort of thing. It's
There you go. I can do it. Stream if you want.
yeah, it's. I mean, if you're going to get from, say, South America to Australia, it doesn't matter what sort of map you're looking at. The most efficient way of doing it, because I'm pretty sure there's Australians that want to go and visit Rio de Janeiro or Brasilia, as whatever the fuck they're calling it these days. The most expeditious way you could do that would just be to fly over Antarctica, but you can't if it's not a globe and if it's flat. So it really,
Oh, I've just. Oh shit! I've just found one, Hobbit. Copy image. Have a look at this one I'm putting up now. Hold on, it's gonna be up. Well, you're gonna have to wait for the lag anyway.
Yeah, I'll just look in the YouTube when it loads up, and I'll see it at the same time as the audience sees it.
I haven't saved it now. Keep talking for a sec, Hobbit.
Yeah, so I mean the thing is, like, the geostationary satellites, you could explain with there is a physical barrier in the firmament, and these objects attached to it with a hook and a chain, but that doesn't explain objects that move really fast, like the International Space Station. How is it that they are able to propel themselves?
So right, it's up now, so which means it should be on the stream in a second.
Yeah, that's interesting. So a flight from there to there takes 7 hours, but a flight from there to there takes 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
So something's not right in our world. I think we're not being told the truth about everything, and we're not being told the true shape of our world. And one of the other things that these flat earthers talk about is they're saying that whenever they do these views...
Oh, bless him, he's losing his mind now. It's at least these idiots don't grift like Dangerfield. A daughter of Albion says, if you're so clever, explain the tides, innit, mate?
Well, the tides are explained by where the moon gets to, and if it gets closer to the Earth, then it pulls
Billie
things
Soda
towards
says,
it.
and where would a plane refuel or stop in an emergency? South Georgia? Well, where does a plane stop or refuel in an emergency when it's going over the Atlantic?
Yeah.
Or the Pacific?
I mean, if you look where Iceland is, that's far away. The Azores...
Also, says, I didn't say if you're so clever.
The Azores Islands aren't really out of the way, so there's not really... There's a lot of this which doesn't add up. And the thing is, if you're in a flight, say you're in a flight, I think one of the longest flights in the world is... actually, let me just have a look. What is the longest commercial flight? Longest commercial flight... I think it's like London to Singapore, commercial flight. Let's see. 10 longest non-stop commercial flights in the world. Singapore to New York, which takes 17 hours and 50 minutes. So the thing is, that is going to be going for, I would say, at least 17 hours. That's going to be at really high altitude, where it's going to be minus 50 degrees. So why doesn't the fuel freeze at that? In fact, that's a good question. Why doesn't the fuel freeze in the New York to Singapore flight? So I'm assuming if you were to fly from, say, Australia to South America, it would take less than 17.5 hours. And it doesn't matter what part of the world you're flying over anyway. When you're at that altitude, it's always going to be...
it's lights out if you crash anyway. It's not like a car where you can pull over the shoulder, is it?
No, and the fact is, like, it doesn't matter whether you're 38,000 feet up above the Antarctic or 38,000 feet above the equator. It's still minus 50 degrees, because the important thing is you're 38,000 feet up, where it's really bloody cold. So why is it... So I can't find... An aircraft explains what happened. United flight. What was that? No, that doesn't explain. So I can't find any explanation to this. So this argument that, oh yeah, if you were to fly over the Antarctic, your fuel would freeze. No, that's bollocks, mate. No, that's absolute bollocks. I mean, if that was true, then how long does it take the fuel to freeze? Because I'm going to say it's probably a time which is less than 17 bloody hours. 17 hours, 50 minutes to get from New York to Singapore. Fuel doesn't freeze there, so what's going on? I think there's a load of stuff. We're being told a lot of lies, and we're not going to get a straight answer from anything. And this is why I have questions now. I was willing to be an agnostic before when I didn't look at the facts for myself, but now having looked at some of these facts, I am starting to be a doubter. I'm sorry, Hemi. I'm a doubter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it really. I have questions. I don't have answers, and I'm very sorry, chat, that I don't have answers. But I think you and I, and when I say you and I mean us, the hosts, and you, the audience. You can start asking the same sort of questions and inferring the same
The
sort.
speech is absolutely fine. He doesn't want to ask any questions whatsoever.
No.
All of academia and the government is telling him the truth. And they always do.
So hate speech.
Except for the one thing he disagrees on.
Hate speech. Tell me, do you believe in Black Science Man? Do you believe like all the stuff like Bill Nye and Professor Brian Cox of like? Isn't
he does.
space really amazing?
The government's lying to him about immigration, but it's telling the absolute truth on whether the world's flat or round.
So why would
all this stuff about COVID's absolutely true because a scientist told him.
So if a scientist told you that
every last bit of information given out of the government is true because it came from a scientist.
If a scientist,
if a man in a lab coat tells hate speech something, it's absolutely true.
So if the scientists try and tell you there's absolutely no difference in the races and it's just a social construct, do you believe them as well?
Yeah.
Because
Science Man in a suit told him.
Yeah, you know what? I don't trust the scientists. I don't think they got my best interests at heart. I'm sorry to be one of these like oh you're one of these free thinkers, are you, using your own brain? What a fucking idiot! I mean,
look, he's using his own brain now. He's realised this must be a 77 Brigade YouTube channel.
Oh God. Hey, 77 Brigade, if you're listening, can I have a job, please? I'm unemployed and
I need some back pay.
Look, I wanted to be a lorry driver, but you know what? I'd actually much rather do 2 hours of internet radio a week and get paid for it. So,
yeah.
Come and.
We trigger people like hate speech.
I mean, you know where I live. Of course, you know where I live. Just like, come knock on the door and say we're willing to pay you for what you're doing now because you're part of the agenda. How long does it take?
Hold on a second. I've just okay then. Freezing jet fuel. I just googled freezing jet fuel. So it says here.
Because I'm looking it up right now. How do aircraft keep fuel from freezing while in flight?
Right, if the aircraft travels faster, there will be more friction and thus heats up the air close to the wing. Typically, the fuel tank is located in the wing, so hot air around the wing doesn't let the fuel freeze too quickly. The temperature that the aircraft skin feels is called total air temperature, and the static air temperature is the ambient temperature outside the aircraft. TAT is always higher than the SAT due to dynamic heating. And for instance, at an actual temperature of minus 65 C, SAT, which is static air temperature, and Mach 0.72, the TAT is minus 34 C. So, but at Mach 0.8, the TAT is minus 29 C. I thought that if the aircraft holds more fuel, it takes a substantial amount of time to freeze.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm listening to. I'm not listening to what you're saying because I'm also reading somebody else explaining about jet fuel freezing. So they're talking about things like the TAT and the SAT, which I think you've just mentioned. So.
Yeah.
the temperature at the wing is known as the TAT, and the SAT.
And the SAT is the air temperature. I assume that's like away from the
I assume SAT stands for surface air temperature. So what does TAT
Now,
stand
how do
for?
aircraft keep the fuel from freezing, Hobbit? 1. Running the hydraulic lines near the fuel to slow down the freezing. 2. A few aircrafts consistently pump the fuel around to keep it moving. Jet fuel is passed through various heat exchangers in the engine and returned back to the fuel tank. 4. Flight at higher speeds, so more friction that heats up the air close to the wing where the fuel tank is located. 5. Choose a route with warmer temperatures. Well, of course we do that one. But...
Choose a route with warmer temperatures. No, this is bollocks. It doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. It doesn't matter what the sun exposure is. It's still cold. You go up high, it's cold. Until you start getting really high, and then it gets warm, which is a bit counterintuitive. It gets really, really cold, and then you go up further, and then it gets really, really hot. I just, you know...
Oh, no, it says fly at higher speeds, Hobbit, not higher.
Yeah, because they noticed that with the Concorde. Like, the Concorde would heat up significantly during flight due to friction. Well, the thing is, then, it's just... This idea that you can't fly over Antarctica because your fuel would freeze up is bollocks. Because the motion of flying would cause it to not freeze. And if a flight from Singapore to New York doesn't freeze, which takes 17.5 hours, then no, you're just lying. You're just wrong. You're just flat out wrong. They're lying to us about this. The jet fuel doesn't freeze. So this idea that you can't fly over there because, oh well, actually, your jet fuel would freeze up because it's really cold in Antarctica. Yeah, at the surface, which makes no bloody difference to when you're in the stratosphere. I know we got caught on this for a while now, but we're not being told the truth, and it's taken us what, about 10 minutes to disprove this idea. So if it's taken some...
Commercial flights don't fly over the South Pole because there's no commercial reason to fly. There's no commercial reason to save money on fuel, Hobbit.
No, well, there we go. Well, yeah. That showed us, yeah. Airline companies aren't interested in using the least amount of fuel possible by going the most direct route.
No, not at all.
No. So if a couple of dribbling morons like us can, in 10 minutes, disprove this bollocks, then... Well, what does that say? I mean, is this how...
I wouldn't say we've disproved it, but we've at least given anybody that isn't hate speech food for thought.
Well, I would like some better answers to bamboozle me, because these sort of like explanations, they're not satisfying my feeble dribbling moron brain. And if I or Harvey can deduce that I'm being lied to, then, you know, someone that's actually got a brain would get through this very quickly. So, yeah. No, I have more questions.
The hilarious thing is, these people will sit there and go, no, you're all stupid.
Yeah.
The Earth's round, but then they'll sit there and go, but the vaccine makes you grow 3 heads, you'll all die, and coronavirus isn't real. It's like, look, can you all just get on the same fucking page? Or can you at least be consistent, intellectually?
South America to South Africa via the South Pole, lol, Hobbit. No one wants to make that journey, Hobbit. No one at all.
No. So I have questions. I have queries. I have doubts. Am I not allowed to have doubts? Am I living? Am I going to be facing Am I going to be facing a firing squad because, like, you didn't?
Well, you're actually Hobbit. You're Brigade 77. You're a disinfo agent for asking people to think.
Oh God.
Well, imagine
being this dumb, Hobbit.
Everything. 2020, question absolutely nothing. Believe everything that you're force-fed by the establishment.
Yeah.
I really, 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 really wish I was part of the establishment, because I should be getting a lot more money for doing this work.
Yeah.
As opposed to getting no money. Can we just, like, do some shirts or something? It's like, I am Brigade 77. Oh,
not H-Bay.
imagine wearing that around. Is it Bedford or Buckingham? Well, where are they? Where is their barracks located? Isn't it Bedfordshire? No, Berkshire. That's it.
I'll tell you. Hold on a sec.
And anyway, if we were Brigade 77, why wouldn't we be using BitChute?
I'm just putting in
Because BitChute
a
is...
request to Sergeant, see if I can say where it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because if we were...
No, they're in Berkshire. It's based... My paychecks come from Denison Barracks in Hermitage, Berkshire. And I've worked there since April 25th, 2015 when they opened it.
Hey, it is a bit of disinfo for you. If I was Brigade 77...
How about this? But do you know how our unit was named, Hobbit? The brigade was named in the 77th in tribute to the 77th Indian Infantry Brigade, which was part of the Chindits, an Indian Army guerrilla warfare force led by Ord Wingate.
So is Packy Ralph our CO?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, and Brutus is our CO.
Oh, I don't think the CO likes me.
Hold on. Hate speech, but idiots don't get paid. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure Diane Abbott gets a pretty big paycheck.
So does David Lammy.
Paycheck comes from Big NASA.
The only one here that needs Ritalin hate speech is you. You need some Ritalin, some chamomile tea, and a nice dark room to sit in.
I think he needs...
have you seen that image? Have you seen that image I've got up now that's been up for a while, Hobbit?
Yeah.
Did you notice that? I don't even know what that's all about because I didn't see the website it came from. But so that's the. So they keep. So they saying that's what the maps actually, what the countries actually look like. The way they've stretched it out like that. I assume they haven't.
I really do not know. I mean, measurements made from there to there. Well, yeah, because the measurements from there to there are not correct. And the reason, if we refer back to, say, a flight from New York to Madrid, which is on the same latitude line, takes 7.5 hours.
Oh, do you want me to put that image back up? There we go.
Yeah, and then from South Africa to the western coast of Australia takes 13 hours. Now, if you're looking at the other image which you just had on, well, of course that would take 13 hours. The other takes 7 hours because the distance from South Africa to Australia is longer. There you go. You see,
yeah.
You can see there that Australia to South Africa, that's a much, if you're drawing that line, is much longer than the line between New York to Madrid. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, okay. You know what? I was agnostic about flat Earth, and the reason I say I was agnostic is because I was thinking like the hypercube in Paris was actually an admission that, you know what, the Earth is both flat and a globe at the same time. Because it exists in hyperdimensionality. But I think that was being a bit too fantastical. I'm willing to accept now that the Earth is flat. It's a disc, and it's got a dome above it, which holds the waters above from the waters below. And in which case, that means there's a lot of stuff like the planets. I don't know what the planets are about then, because... we can observe them and we can see they look like discs.
Here's the other thing. Thingy said the UN map isn't the flat Earth map. Then why are Australia and South America and Africa all stretched?
Yeah.
Like they are on the flat Earth map.
I mean, this map here to me looks like it looks like if the world is disc, a flat Earth, then that's how you represent the land masses in it. And in which case, then is like the entirety of Africa greater than the entirety of Russia, because Russia doesn't look too big in this map. Neither does China or Egypt. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the only way you're ever going to be able to see this is if you're like Jesus and the devil takes you up to a high spot where you can see all the realms of the world, like he did during...
John Turley said the sunset in a muddy pool. Isn't that a Quran reference? I think.
Does it? Oh, I don't know.
So you'd have thought if NASA really desperately wanted to prove that we're all just idiots and we don't know what we're talking about, then they'd fund sending a load of flat earthers up there to prove it, just to be like, see? Like, NASA's got pretty much unlimited funds. I'm fairly sure that they could fund a flat earthers expedition into space to prove that the Earth is round and that everything.
Well, even that guy. Do you remember the guy that did the longest, the tallest parachute jump?
Oh yeah.
Even he used a fisheye lens.
Yeah. It's always a fisheye lens.
Well, Team Travel's made a muddy pool after that dodgy kebab.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, there's apparently there's an animation on this website, but the animation doesn't exist, so it's just some images. I'm posting. There we go. It's oh, okay. The guy's got a menorah on his website. Never mind.
How the 4 seasons work on a flat Earth model?
Yeah.
So why do you have
the sun's path over flat Earth, and it's shown that it travels in a spiral where it gets further above the Earth. Okay, all right. So it's because I was just thinking the yin yang symbol of it. It'd be like the sun would get closer to the equator during the winter periods, which would then become summer for the southern hemisphere, and then
put your comparison map up now.
Yeah, and then during the winter periods. Sorry, I've already said that. During summer, the sun is above the equator. So, what would be good actually is an animation of a yin yang. Let me just see yin yang animation.
I don't think I can show GIFs on the OBS.
Oh, what about?
At the end of the day, most of the things that they've told us our entire lives is absolute bullshit. So why on earth would we think that they're telling us the truth on this one?
Hate speech probably thinks Hitler was the good guy in World War II as well. You won't believe that. Yeah, there's absolutely no chance that there's a flat Earth.
They constantly lie. So why would anyone just go, oh yeah, they're telling the truth on that one? Well, why? Use your brain, question things, think for yourself. Just because it's written in a textbook doesn't mean that it's true. Most of the textbooks in our education system are wrong. Just plain wrong.
I'm trying to find an animation of the yin yang with a flat Earth model on top of it, but unfortunately I just keep getting a lot of like Wikipedia articles saying like flat Earth is a pseudoscience. So let me just do yin yang animation and see if I can find a video of it. And is this an animation of it? Oh god, no! It's doing other shit.
Well, how do you explain the sun and the moon then?
Well,
because if there's some sort of machinery that's just been left for 2,000 years, or even as some people think like 6,000 years, say the world's been around for 6,000 years max, which is the Bible. Is that the Bible version, or is it just some sects of
how hard is it to just find an animation of the yin yang symbol, which is just chasing one another? But anyway, I just show an image of yin yang, and there we go, and it's just like there we can see it. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because oh fuck's sake. Can you put an image of yin yang on the?
Yeah, I'll find one. Keep talking on it.
Yeah. So, what I'm saying about that is, imagine you've got the dark area of the yin yang with a white dot, and then you've got the light area. Imagine the light area is the sun. That's the day, and you've got this ball, which is our sun, and it travels over the disk, and that's our light. And the further away you are from the ball, the darker it is. So the sun is not going in the same circle. Sometimes the circle is closer to the North Pole, where it'll be summer for the northern climates. Then sometimes it goes to the south, so we get summer in the southern hemisphere. And it is chased by the moon, which is on the other side. But then occasionally you see the moon during the day, so what's up with that? Yeah. That's not.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you explain
Yeah.
eclipses and moon during the day?
Yeah, so sometimes the moon is travelling at a different speed to the sun, and that's why occasionally it catches up to it, and even.
But also, you've got half moons, quarter moons. You got all that kind of stuff as well.
When like more or less light is reflecting from the sun, although some people say it's not reflecting from the sun, but it's producing its own light. I don't want to get into that because I can't prove it.
He's
one
still
way or
doing his
another.
nut. He just said just dumb or disingenuous. What do you do? What's just just dumb or disingenuous? I mean, what?
Just
You know,
dumb
we're
or
just discussing
disingenuous,
it.
just you decide.
Look, if you want to go, if you want to spurg out, go over to one of the PA chats. That's what they do. They love spurging out. You'll feel right.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that this would cause. I mean, I thought like flat Earth wasn't that controversial an issue. You know, it's just like.
Oh, it absolutely is. Some people like, I don't know. It's like, you know, yeah, like you say, Hobbit. It does though. It brings out the crazies on both sides.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not trying to force our opinion on anyone. You can think whatever you want. We're just saying what it is.
We're just discussing it.
That we think. Yeah, we're having a discussion.
We absolutely have to. We all absolutely have to think like hate speech, or it's the end of the world.
Yeah.
If we don't think like hate speech, that's it.
Hate speech feels the need to like press his opinion on everyone else and make everyone believe the way he does. You know, that's kind of like how lefties think, isn't it? Lefty liberal types. You must think the way I think, or else
Yeah.
what, mate? Shut up.
We're now
Fucking
too
go
dumb to have an opinion. We're now too. Yeah, you think you are.
I mean, the entire point of.
Wait, what? You don't think there are 51 genders? You must be thick, mustn't you?
And the entire point
hate
of
speech.
the entire point of 14 words is I've got questions which aren't really being discussed in other areas. So does Hemi, so does Nordic, and all the other people that join our show.
See, that makes sense. Look what Damien just put in the chat. That all makes sense.
Is a Charlie Big Potatoes alt account? Charlie
Hello
No
there,
Potatoes.
Charlie.
Oh shit! I've just left
mate.
my shepherd's pie in the oven. I mean, I turned the oven off, but I should really look at it. So it's not going to be burnt. At least I hope it's not burnt. But it won't be warm now. Oh bugger. Oh shit.
That's
But that's
right.
it. We're just discussing the flat. I mean, I don't know. You've got fuck all, just a waste of time. Okay, thanks, Charlie.
Oh well, that's it then.
Anyway.
We're wrapping it up. Well, we have got like
Alright,
10 minutes
Charlie,
left. Do you want to?
What's the bigger waste of time? Us talking about it, or you listening to the whole fucking 2 hours of it?
Would you
I know.
rather we talk about
yourself,
the rape gangs in the north of England for 2 hours instead? Shall we talk about that? The conspiracy theory of, yeah.
No, I'd rather share semi-naked pictures of men in homoerotic positions.
Hey, when is it faggot fitness? When is it fascist fitness? I don't know, but they look the same. Oh.
I came
dear,
here
anyway.
to waste time.
Beach. Anyway, where were we? Anyway, we're just discussing.
Well,
so.
Do you got?
I mean,
any more
I've got. I'm prepared to believe flat Earth, but I've got no idea about like how the rest of it works. I mean, if we are in some sort of dome that's controlled, then surely the mechanics would have fucked up by now.
I mean, the greater minds than our own have like calculated how things travel, and there's been a few like Greek and Egyptian. No, I don't think the Egyptians ever did, but there was a few Greeks and then Italians went on saying like, hang on, if we do a heliocentric model where we say we're actually not on the flat Earth, but we say we're on bodies, it's easier to calculate the passage of the objects. The maths makes more sense, but I haven't looked at those maths and I don't know the before and after ones, so I can't really say. All I just know is that I have some questions, and that experiments which should prove or disprove the curvature of the Earth and whether we live on the flat disk or not, those experiments show there's no curvature to our planet. So if there's no curvature to our planet, but the planet is a globe, then how does it work? I don't know how that works, and I wouldn't mind an explanation or an answer of some sort. I really wouldn't mind.
But have you ever heard that other theory? It's not quite flat Earth, but it's like we're in like a series of Earths on a massive like ice, and there's ice rings around each separate Earth. Have
Well,
you heard about?
I mean, that goes further into the thing of it's saying that what you're living on is what you're living on is a. Sorry, brain's going now. It's it's still a flat Earth, yeah,
the giant planet theory.
Yeah, so that there's other realms beyond our own. If you could just get past the wall.
That would reduce the curvature and therefore make it appear like it's flat, but it's not.
So we're still living on the globe, but the globe is so massive, and each of these realms, like our world, is separated by an ice wall. So that in effect it is a globe, but the globe is so massive that but after a distance of, say, where you're shining this laser beam for 12 miles, you should be able to say, oh yes, we saw a 1 millimeter dip. So even if it's like 1 meter at 100 millimeters, or even like the tiniest like iota of a millimeter like difference in the height, it should be observable and should be able to say, well, the curvature would suggest that our world is not 48,000 kilometers circumference. It would actually be a world with a 4 billion million zillion kilometers curvature. None of these experiments prove that there's any curvature, yet alone a very slight one.
What about the experiment with, like, that someone mentioned earlier? You've got the obelisk experiment where if you, I think it's like the shadow that the obelisk gives out at certain times of the day actually proves that the Earth is curved. But could that actually be proving something else as well? Could it prove that it's flat? I don't know.
I mean, I don't know enough about that. All I know is, well, no, I mean, if you're observing a sundial and the shadow it casts, and sometimes the shadow is longer or smaller, all that shows the position of the light source, which is our sun, relative to the ground. I mean, you could actually, using the observation of the shadow, you could say what the distance is as the sun from Earth, because if it's 8 light minutes away, 1 astronomical unit, I think it would make. I don't know. It's very...
I'm just reading some Reddit, and the bloke saying about going to a lake with his niece and nephew and getting them to hold a torch or something. And so the bloke says, if you aren't careful at how you do this, you could end up demonstrating the Earth is concave and curves upwards.
Yeah, but if the Earth is concave and curves upwards, wouldn't we, like? I mean, I've been in valleys before in Wales where it's so surreal seeing like the horizon.
Oh, how about this one then? Have you ever heard of the Bedford Level Experiment? The Bedford Level Experiment is a series of observations carried out along a 6-mile length of the old Bedford River on the Bedford level of the Cambridgeshire Fens in the United Kingdom during the 19th and early 20th centuries. To measure the curvature of the Earth, Samuel Burley Rowbotham, who conducted the first observation starting at 1838, claimed he'd proven the Earth to be flat. However, in 1870, after adjusting Rowbotham's method to avoid the effects of atmospheric refraction, Alfred Russell found a curvature consistent with a spherical Earth.
I don't know. That's why I have questions, and I don't have answers to these questions yet. I may at some point in the future.
Has anyone been able to replicate the Bedford Level Experiment?
That's a good question.
That's what you look for, whether the experiment can be recreated or not.
Oh, there's a wiki for the Bedford Level Experiment. So how do you do it then? Here you go. Do you want to have a look at this Hobbit? Oh,
it's like listening to that.
Is it?
At least I know what I'm doing.
Hey, Charlie, mate. Charlie, tell us all about it, mate.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing as well, being a coward and running away from 6 months in jail. Pussy.
Hobbit. Phil, where were you on Flat Earth?
The old
listening.
Bedford
Phil
River.
joining in, or is he just listening?
The Bedford Level.
So there's the Bedford Level Experiment, Hobbit.
Oh yeah, I mean, what the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, I have some questions, and that's why I now have doubts.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much, to be fair. I'm going to assume that it's not flat, but I could be wrong. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Well, it's just that when you watch a lot of these flat earther videos, they say that they started off trying to go in like, yeah, this is all bullshit, and then they end up proving that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but my problem is that I see no incentive for the conspiracy. Like, it's like, okay, then the Earth's flat. Why would they lie to us?
Well, you know the spiritual argument, don't you, Phil? The spiritual argument is that with the globe Earth, we're just like a ball of mud randomly floating throughout the universe. We're a random clump of cells, and it all just happened randomly. It's to get us further away from God. That's the spiritual argument for.
We're shit and we're nothing. So fuck you.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, but I don't know. To be honest, I don't know enough about it, to be fair. I don't know. I'm going to assume that it's not flat. Not because I know anything, but because other people who know more than me have said that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's an argument, but it's just... I think it's... If I fucking put myself into it, I'd end up getting a bit fucking weird. If I fucking started exploring it, you know what I mean? I'd probably end up... Yeah, so I'll leave that.
All right, so here's the actual experiment. See what you think of this. The first experiment at this site was conducted by Robotham in the summer of 1838. He waded into the river and used a telescope held 8 inches above the water to watch a boat with a flag on its mast 3 feet above the water row slowly away from him. He reported the vessel remained constantly in his view for a full 6 miles to Welney Bridge. Whereas had the water surface been curved with the accepted circumference of a spherical Earth, the top of the mast should have been about 11 feet below his line of sight. He published this observation using the pseudonym Parallax in 1849 and subsequently expanded it into a book, Earth Not a Globe, published in 1865. So I think there's flat Earth isn't a new flat Earth. People pushing back against flat Earth isn't a new thing. It looks like it's been going on for a very, very long time.
Yeah, it's been going on for fucking millennia, to be fair.
Yeah.
Just to, I don't know.
So then somebody called Alfred Russel Wallace accepted a wager to prove that it's not right, and so to set a line of sight 13 feet above the water and thereby reduce the effects of atmospheric refraction, which sounds like swamp gas over Venus, doesn't it?
It's very close to swamp gas over Venus.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. The laser people who call themselves
right. So the two crucial steps that he did to disprove this was he set the line 13 feet above the water and thereby reduce the effects of atmospheric refraction, and then 2, he added a pole in the middle that could be used to see the bump caused by the curvature of the Earth between the 2 endpoints.
Does that make any sense to you?
I don't know. I really don't. Well, obviously, I don't know enough about this stuff, so.
Well, yeah, and that's why I have some because like I said, it started off with listening to some other people talking about it, and I thought, all right, okay, concept. All right, how do these flat earthers explain satellites which are observable, and they are up there, and they are traveling, in the case of the International Space Station, at 28,000 kilometers an hour? Because if the world is flat and it's just it's fake, all of this stuff is fake, then what's that object that's going up there so fast that it can go from one end of the horizon in 18 minutes and it'll go all around the Earth in 90 minutes? So if you miss it, you can go out tonight, you can type in ISS tracker and install it on your phone, and you can go out tonight, you can go outdoors, and you can use it to sort of say it will appear over the horizon at this time, and you can look at it. In fact, I'm going to see if I can find our website now. When will the ISS be visible where I am? ? ISS sightings over your city. So let's just go with London. London. So London. Well, let's put it 14. What? Live ISS tracking map. Where is the International Space Station? ISS tracking. Yes, that's what I want to do. Map source ESA.nt. The tracker shows the space station right now and its path. So right now it's flying over Eastern Europe. No, it's in Siberia. So it'll come back to, and in 1.5 hours time it'll be flying over Spain, southern France, northern Italy, Austria, and that's 1.5 hours time. So I imagine in 3 hours.
What direction is it? What direction is it going then, Hobbit? Is it going?
It's going from west to east. So
it's going from west to east.
Yeah, and so I'm in 3 hours' time. It will probably do a loop which will take it over the tip of Spain, most of France, southern England.
That'd be the easiest thing. Can't they get the get it to do a north-south that circumnavigation?
Well, it would have to take out of its orbit. But it says its altitude is 423 kilometers up, and its speed is 27,594 kilometers an hour. Its latitude is 45 degrees 5 minutes, and its longitude is 91 degrees 7 minutes east. So, have I got that right? Oh no, that's 92.1 degrees. 92.6 degrees.
Oh, Flossie's got a good one for you, Hobbit. How would ham radio work on the flat Earth model?
Well, yeah, this is a good question because I mean, with the shortwave radio, I forget the name of the chap, but he theorised that the ionosphere can bounce back, can refract magnetic signals. So, what if the ionosphere which he's talking about, what that could be an atmosphere? I'm not saying the ionosphere doesn't exist. I mean, experiment's been done to observe it. But what if that what you're actually refracting it against is, in fact, the wall of the dome? So that's how you shine it up against the dome, and then it beams back, and that way you can send a signal beyond the horizon.
Or could it be that just ham radio's kind of line of sight? Wouldn't ham radio things...
Well, I've got family with amateur radio licenses and stuff like this, and I talked with them one recently because I got a CB band walkie-talkie, and he's saying, oh yeah, if you want to do over the horizon, what you do is you get one of these transmitter stations, and they beam up the radio waves into the ionosphere, which then beams back down the Earth, and that's how you can use your CB radio to talk to someone in Australia if you feel so inclined.
What about time zones then? I assume they're just like spokes on a wheel, aren't they?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because
I think that's quite an easy one.
We observe
because that time zones are something that work the same on both flat and Earth,
because the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west, and everyone could observe that, and it goes to follow the further east you are, you see the sun before people of the west see the sun. So simple as.
What about if it's like a spoke though? What about the far end of the spoke where it's like a triangle? Isn't that going to be further between time zones, or is it literally?
Oh, what, like we go further north or further south? Yeah, because like when you go further south, there's like big distances between those spokes, and you go further north, there's like little distances between those spokes. Whereas if you got on the globe, it's like the globe one says that the latitude. Hang on, what's latitude and what's longitude? The lines which go from
latitude is across, longitude is top to bottom, isn't it?
All right. So the longitudinal lines, they're further spaced apart in the equator, and they're closest in the poles. But if you're dealing with the disk model, where the North Pole's the centre and the South Pole doesn't exist, it's a wall, then those will be the further spaced apart. But the fact is, I can see it in my mind's eye that you've got the sun. Occasionally, it does small circles around the top of around the northern pole, and that's when it's summer. So it's not always following directly above the equator. Sometimes, like half of the year, it's going towards the northern time, and then for the southern parts, it's going below the equator, and it's going to that part. But yeah, no, I think this is a good 2 hours.
I think.
Yeah, I hope everyone appreciate the first 7 minutes of us talking about prison hygiene and all that sort of thing. Yeah, it's good stuff, that.
So I think we're done, aren't we?
Yeah.
Remember, kids, stay spooky.
Don't ask questions.
And if you hate Pete, don't ask questions. Do not ask questions at all.
Don't. If you do, you can look there if you want, but I suggest you don't.
Sorry, I'll cut that bit off.
Oh, not to worry. That's a Tuesday show drop anyway. You could go to that site right now, Dad, but I suggest you don't.
Do you think that is Charlie? Do you think that is Charlie?
I don't know who it is, but the fact is, it's like, mate, I've got questions. Why are you getting angry?
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm just a moron, like, what's his name, then, oh, the world turtle.
Charlie Big Bishacious is calling you a fucking moron, mate. I think if you're being called a moron by Charlie Big Potatoes, you're alright.
But the thing is, like, if Harvey told me, I believe...
Silly as sodders, I don't think people get what 14 words is, Hobbit. I think people have real trouble getting what it is.
Why don't we do an episode about 14 times in the history of the magazine and publication? And how
I think we need to, don't we?
What we're not associated with them, but this is why it's called 14. So they can understand that 14 is a way of saying spooky.
Yeah, they think it means 14 words, don't they?
Oh, DOA's like sending me a thing about the world turtle, so I think she was listening. Why is that not working?
They do get upset, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm just a fucking idiot and a moron that's wrong about this sort of stuff, then
why are you so upset?
Yeah, I'm just a moron. You don't need to be upset with me being a moron. If I'm just a moron and wrong about this, then why was the chat getting so upset? I'm asking Hemi now. Not really. I've not been looking, but the Paranormies did a show recently about this sky ice substance, which I was fascinated with. Oh, there's no... Oh, I'm still streaming on my show. I just realised I'm still live, so yeah.
Do you want me to say fuck or bugger, weren't it?
Well, yeah, no, that's fine. I just realised that all this time I've been streaming, and because I'm at the point where I'm
everyone moved over to your channel, and they realised.
Well, no, there's a few people watching here and there, but no, I got. Hang on. Ah, I see. Right. I was getting curious as like why I've got I'm in another planet which is in another star system, and I've got graphene being made there, which is definitely in demand from my home star system, but it wasn't exporting, and it's because I haven't unlocked the technology which allows the logistics vessels to do warp. So I'm going to do that research now, which is going to do in 10 seconds. That's good. So I'll do that. That'll unlock warping from these vessels. And then research is done. They can now use the things. So if I go
You
there.
have unlocked the logistics carrier engine.
There
level
we
4.
go.
It allows the logistics vessel to warp, but they will consume 2 space warpers back and forth to transport cargo. So needs to make sure there are enough space warpers in the interstellar logistics station at any time.
So now my logistic vessels have all left the planet and they're now doing a beeline towards Merope, the home star system. Where I
Hate speech. These idiots are not FNATs.
I love.
They are an embarrassment. That is definitely Charlie, isn't it?
I love being told by somebody what I actually believe in.
Yeah.
I love saying that actually I'm a civic nationalist, but my civics are racism and sending the buggers back.
Yeah, yeah.
Send the buggers back.
Send them buggers back.
Oh, should we go over to the regular?
Yeah, let's do that.
We're going over to the other Discord.
5-hour pause is based. Yeah, oh god, yeah, I've been streaming this for God knows how long because I've had it all. I just started off with the thing and then let's go to the other Discord.
Hobbit.
I'm going to the other Discord. Right, so I'm here at the other Discord and I think I've done enough for a Dyson Sphere for one day, so I'm going to save my game there. I'm going to say thank you very much to everybody that's been watching and listening to my beginning of the things with music.
That hate speech was a bit fucking upset, wasn't it?
But yeah, I mean, okay, don't ever talk about Flat Earth because that offends Charlie No Potatoes. Thank you for watching.